Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? We're going to start the International Forum very soon. We would like to therefore ask all of you to please be seated. We also would like to remind you to please put your phone into silent or vibration mode, and please make sure to wear your face mask all throughout the sessions, please. We would also like to inform you that we have simultaneous interpretations all throughout the sessions. There is a receiver, so please set it at channel 1 for Korean and channel 2 for English. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the event will begin shortly. Please be seated. And today we are going to provide simultaneous interpretation. For those who need interpretation, please use a receiver. Channel 1 is Korean and channel 2 is English. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to welcome you to the 2022 International Forum for Sports Convergence under the theme of Disruptive Innovation in Emerging Sports Science and Technology. For those who are here at present and those who are joining us from online, I would like to sincerely welcome you and thank you for being with us. Hello, let me introduce myself. My name is Jiyoung Kim, your moderator for today's event. Today's event is sponsored by the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism and the National Sports Promotion Corporation, and it's hosted and organized by POSTEC and Sungkyunkwan University. This year's 2022 Sports Convergence International Forum was organized to share the results of Sports Convergence Graduate School projects, and we follow the government guidelines, quarantine guidelines for the COVID-19 pandemic, and it's aired on YouTube as well. We're going to have two different sessions throughout today. The first session is going to be titled Next Generation of Sports Science and Technology Application, and the second session will be on New Paradigm of Sports Technology Innovation. Each session will be joined by world-renowned experts, moderators, speakers, and panelists as well. So I would like to kindly ask everyone to be with us until the end. And now, let me introduce the opening address for today's event, and let me kindly introduce Head of Grad School of Sports Convergence, Mr. Kyungro Chang. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the Dean, Chang Kyung-ro, up on the stage. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Chang Kyung-ro, the Dean of Sports Convergence Graduate School.
Expansion in the use of digital technologies across society and across the economy. And this has also affected the sports industry in some way. Whether we are watching games or playing various sports, sports industry has been transformed by remarkable innovation and technological advances. And artificial intelligence is increasingly at the heart of those innovative technologies. So it is high time that such an event took place to highlight the remarkable contribution that new technology makes in so many areas of the sporting field. So the objective of the forum is to learn and share the knowledge among all and those who have rich experience and expertise in relevant area of sports science and technology. This forum is to bring together business people, researchers, scientists, and industry professionals to discuss innovative ideas and diverse topics on the next generation of sports science and technology applications, particularly in the field of digital transformation and virtual reality. While concluding, ladies and gentlemen, with a large number of guests from around the world here today, we certainly recognize that we are living in a global community. The information, knowledge, experiences, and the practice to be shared during the forum will be diverse and I expect useful. The success of this forum depends on the active involvement of all of us, speakers, panel members, audience members, and support staff. I greatly appreciate your active involvement. I hope that all of you here today will find something inspiring and exciting. So once again, I'm most grateful for your participation and support. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. Let's give him another big round of applause. Let's invite Mr. Chang back onto his seat. And as he mentioned, I hope that all of you will be able to deepen your knowledge and also find this to be very insightful and useful. Next, and I would like to introduce to you Chair of Post-Tech Sports AIX Graduate Program, Mr. Kim Young-suk. Please welcome Professor Kim with a big round of applause.
National Forum for Sports Convergence, jointly hosted by POSTECH and Sungkyunkwan University. My name is Young-suk Kim, the chair of POSTECH Sports AIX Graduate Program. It is chilly November and COVID-19 pandemic is still around us, but I hope you joining us today are safe and healthy. First of all, it is a privilege to be part of such a distinguished guest and speakers today, and I'm very honored to invite you to the International Forum here under the theme of Disruptive Innovation in Emerging Sports Science and Technology. Just about 3 years ago, POSTECH launched the Sports AIX Graduate Program supported by the Korean government, Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism, and Korea Sports Promotion Foundation. Thanks to this government support, POSTECH has been focusing on accelerating and advancing technology-driven sports industry development through active and synergistic collaborations with various disciplines of engineering. I'd like to sincerely appreciate the support from the Korean government once again. We are currently experiencing big changes caused by digital transformation in all of areas, and the pandemic has been accelerating the speed of the changes. The state-of-the-art sports technologies emerging with digital transformation are changing the structures, ecosystems, and value chains of global sports industry. I believe that the International Forum for Sports Convergence will expand your knowledge of future sports industry, inspire your passion and creativity on sports, and promote new business opportunities for the global sports industry development. I hope you enjoy the conference, and once again, I'd like to express my deepest gratitude to all of you participating today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's give Professor Kim another big round of applause from POSTECH. Like the Professor Kim mentioned, there is a big changes taking place in the sports industry, and I hope you all find great insights from the presentations and discussions today. We do have many people who have sent us the congratulatory remarks, and for the first, I would like to invite Executive Director Park Tae-young from the Korea Promotion Foundation. He sent us a pre-recorded video, so let's meet him on the screen. Hello everyone, my name is Park Tae-young, Executive Director of the Korea Sports Promotion Foundation. First of all, congratulations to the successful opening of the 2022 International Forum for Sports Convergence, and I'm very delighted to see so many experts in sports, academia, and industry joining us today. In particular, I would like to express my gratitude to many of the very people with a great commitment, especially Professor Jang Kyung-no from Sungkyunkwan University and Professor Kim Young-suk of POSTECH, who have shown a strong commitment to nurturing future talents in sports convergence and for hosting this event as a venue for academic exchanges. And I send my special welcome to the overseas participants who have come to Korea for this forum. Now the sports industry is growing into a new and wonderfully promising industry. In particular, the pandemic has accelerated the non-face-to-face sports and adoption of the ICT technology in sports, and this has allowed the sports to leverage state-of-art technology to explore and expand into new possibilities. On the other hand, global competition is becoming fierce. Many global companies such as Nike and Google are jumping into new business opportunities in sports sector that combines cutting-edge technology. Some Korean companies equipped with solid technological competitiveness have also successfully made forays into overseas markets and attracted investment. In order for Korean sports industries to remain competitive in the global market and stage, it's important that we nurture talent and the professionals in the convergence who can lead that drive. The Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism and the Korea Sports Promotion Foundation that I represent have been dedicated to fostering talented people in creating a future market for the sports industry. In particular, the Sports AIX or the Convergence Graduate School program is one such case. Today, as part of the project, the fact that these two universities, namely the Sungkyunkwan and the Postech, are holding this international forum together makes it even more meaningful. I hope that today's forum will be a valuable opportunity for all of us to share the results of the sport convergence research and discuss new innovations and directions for the sports science and technology. I can tell you that with the ministry, our foundation will do our best to expand new areas of the sports industry, and will do our best again to nurture the convergence talents who can be at the very forefront of this. In addition, with the ministry, will also make sure that we provide more policy offerings and supports to allow professionals in the various fields to work in the sports industry. Once again, I would like to thank the co-hosters, namely the Sungkyunkwan University and Postech, and everybody. Stay healthy and happy. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much. Please give a big hand. And now let's move on to another speech. President Shin Dong-yeol from Sungkyunkwan University, one of the host organizations, is going to speak, and this time again a video message. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Shin Dong-yeol, the president of Sungkyunkwan University. I sincerely congratulate you on the opening of the International Forum on Convergence of Science and Technology Sports. I would like to deliver my sincere welcome and thanks to the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism and the National Sports Promotion Foundation. I would also like to thank ladies and gentlemen and distinguished guests who are on the site and also joining from online as well. Sports is a value and culture that goes beyond industrial value and creates a better future and common prosperity for humankind. Convergence is emphasized in all areas and fields along with the fourth industrial revolution, but sports convergence is one of the most important areas. The reason why I say this is because sports contribute to national health, happiness, and unity. You can now enjoy sports and take care of your health whenever, wherever you want, via virtual reality and in the digital space. In addition, enhanced sports capabilities and consumption experiences are becoming available through AI and big data imaging technologies. That is why it is more important than ever before to have sports convergence talent and experts. Sports convergence expert training began in 2019 when Sungkyunkwan University and Postech were selected for the Sports Convergence Graduate School project by the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism and the Korea Sports Promotion Foundation. Sungkyunkwan University is lying at the center of education and research, leading multidisciplinary convergence with the fourth industrial technologies such as AI, software, and VR. Here, the Sports Interaction Science Grad School completed the establishment of a completely new sports convergence education and research system. Through this, we are contributing to the development of the sports industry by entering sports convergence talent into the related fields. The vision of Sungkyunkwan University has adopted the keywords of the future society as openness, innovation, and convergence connection. In line with this vision, Sungkyunkwan University wants to go one step further for sports convergence education and research. Today, this occasion is prepared to share the education and research of sports education so far, and also to prepare the future. I look forward to in-depth suggestions and discussions throughout the forum today. The power of sports that enables us to all become one is truly great. Sports convergence talent based on the power of such sports and the sports convergence industry in which they do their best will become a knot that unites the whole industry. Once again, congratulations on hosting the International Forum for Sports Convergence. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's give another big round of applause for that very warm message. Once again, thanks for that inspiring message. And as mentioned by our President Shin from Sungkyunkwan University, we look forward to the future of the Korean sports industry. We'd also like to now invite the Vice President Kim Kwang-jae of POSTEC. Please let's meet him on the screen.
Good afternoon, ladies. Will change the landscape of the sports industry further in the coming years. The Sports AIX graduate program and the Korea Sport Industry Development Institute of POSTEC have been developed with the generous support of the Ministry of Culture, Sports, and Tourism. I'm happy to see that they are playing an important role in sports industry development through a convergence of advanced science and technology. I hope that modern sports technologies can provide creative solutions for people to stay healthy and safe while enjoying sports. I also hope that this forum will be an effective platform for researchers and practitioners to exchange valuable ideas and knowledge for creating new values in the sports industry. I wish all of you a productive and enjoyable meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give another round of big applause. As Vice President Chair, I believe that there's going to be in-depth discussions among participants. And now, let me introduce distinguished honor.
I will be calling out each and every one of the VIPs, and if you could join me in welcoming them with a big round of applause, that would be great. From Sungkyunkwan University's side, let me start with the list. We are very happy to be joined by Vice President Han Ung-soo from the Korea Professional Football Federation. Thank you very much, Vice President Han, for joining us this afternoon. Next, we're very happy to have Vice President Yang Hae-yeon of the Korea Baseball Software Association. From All That Sports, we have CEO Gu Dong-hwae. Let's give him a big round of applause. We're also joined by CEO Jung Ju-myung of Golf Zone Dega. Thank you very much. Great to have you here. And we're happy and delighted to have Mr. Ho Jae, owner and the sport general manager of Goyang Carrot Jumpers, a professional basketball team. He's joined by Kim Seung-gi, and thank you all very much for joining us. President Kim Min-jung of Korean Women's Sports Association. From Korean Society of Physical Education, we're very delighted to have Senior Vice President Shim Song-sup. Now, from World Taekwondo Federation, and who used to be the chairman of the World Taekwondo Federation and Secretary General of Taekwondo Promotion Foundation, we have Mr. Sungkyunkwan here with us. Korea BMX Federation's president, Mr. Kim Jun-hwae, is here with us, and thank you very much. Last but not least, from 4D Replay, we have Vice President Kim Hyung and also Kim Hyung-soo. Thank you very much for your time. I can see that we're joined by so many distinguished people. Now let's call out the VIP list from the POSTECH. From the Microsoft Global Sports Innovation, we have Inigo Bonilla, Director Inigo Bonilla. Thank you very much for coming. He's joining us from the Global Sports Innovation Center powered by Microsoft. Thank you. And from SA 21st Century, we have Mr. Hong Sun-gi and also General Director Seok Won-seok. Thank you very much for your precious time. Last but not least, we're very happy to have Mr. Son Mi-hyuk from Fine Edge. Thank you and welcome. And let me now tell you about the VIPs coming from the government offices, the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism, and also we have Mr. Choi Won-seok from the ministry, so thank you very much. And from Korea Sports Promotion Foundation, we have Mr. Lee Jong-jun. Thank you very much for your time. We're very happy to have all of you, and once again, I'd like to send my deepest gratitude to all of you for your time with us. Why don't I take this time to take a group photo with the distinguished guest joining us today? May I invite all of the distinguished guests onto the stage with our staff. Thank you. Once again, I am purely delighted to see so many of the distinguished guests joining us today. I hope the stage is big enough to have all of you. Now, we do have a few cameras in front of you, and we're going to have a group photo opportunity in a moment. So could I invite you all at the center of the podium, please? Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a great opportunity to have a photo op with all of us. If you could place yourself at the very center of the stage, that'll be great. Thank you. Let's make sure that we can all see your face on the photo. Yes, we do have quite a lot of number here in the stage, and it's all thanks to your dedication and commitment that is really brightening the future for the Korean sports industry of the future. Big smile, please. Now you can see our photographer at the very center. May I invite all of you to please give them a big round of applause, please. Thank you, everybody, for this photo opportunity. And if I could all have you back in your seats. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're joined by so many guests of honor to celebrate the opening of the International Forum for Sports Convergence 2022. As soon as our guests of honor are seated, we're going to go ahead with the scheduled program. I would like to kindly ask all of you to go back to your seats. Today's forum is going to be on disruptive innovation in emerging sports science and technology, and it'll be divided into two different separate sessions. I look very much forward to what is in store for us, and we're joined by online viewers on YouTube as well. I would like to kindly ask all of you to stay until the end. And I can see that many of you are seated to prepare for the official opening of the session. And now let's begin the first session. The first session is Next Generation of Sports Science and Technology Applications. And without further ado, let me introduce the first presenter of today. He's going to speak on digital transformation in sports business, the case of NBA. Let me invite Professor from Sacred Heart University, Jack Welch Business and Technology Department, Professor James Santemeyer. And please deliver the microphone to Professor James Santemeyer.
Okay, terrific. Thank you so much. I'd like to thank Professor Chang for inviting me. We've known each other for 30 years, and I consider him to be a good friend. And I also want to thank the Ministry of Culture, Sport, and Tourism for inviting me and for everyone being here today. So I was looking around and saw so many really terrific presentations in the hallway and realized that most of them are performance oriented. The other side of digital transformation is the management business side, and that's my world. So what I would like to do is share some of those elements with you. In terms of our agenda, it's quite long, but it's going to be quick, I hope. So let's get started with the concept of digital transformation. And I hope that some of these concepts will facilitate some interaction between the business management side and the performance side of digitalization. So, from my perspective, digital transformation is technology-enabled business transformation. It's a process. Focuses on functions of digital innovation. It's the convergence we were talking about before with media technology, telephonics, etc. And it's a process of reaching also digital maturity, which means that the organizations that are involved in digital transformation embrace that from a cultural perspective. And it affects people, it affects talent, culture, networks, and especially the whole concept of ecosystems. And I would like to emphasize that in our next slide. So what's a digital ecosystem? We all live in digital ecosystems. If you're a social media user, you're in an ecosystem. If you're involved in professional sport, the NBA, etc., which we'll get to in just a minute, you're involved in an ecosystem. Participants, infrastructure, and environment. So the digital infrastructure is about creating an opportunity for organizations to network in a digital ecosystem. However, we're also looking at non-digital ecosystems and the convergence of those two elements. So why have an ecosystem? Cooperation and collaboration, knowledge sharing especially, open and adaptive technologies, and scalable business models. And I think what's important to realize is that all members of the ecosystem benefit. Key point that there are 4 necessary elements to an ecosystem: devices, networks, applications, and content. Some businesses try to build an ecosystem, but without all 4 pieces. And you need to have all 4 to be successful. Some of the, some of the elements inside the ecosystem include the Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, social media, blockchain, open source, mobile phone applications, et cetera, et cetera. All of those can be involved in your ecosystem. This is a business ecosystem. In the red, you have your backstage or your internal operations, and then the blue is your external, your customer-facing ecosystem. CRM, content, email marketing, social media, etc. So in terms of digital transformation in the sport industry, the focus is on customer member outcomes. It's about touch points. It's about when your organization or your enterprise connects with consumers. And it's about generating revenue, value, about reinventing business models with technology integration across the enterprise. Across the enterprise. No longer is digital transformation an add-on. It has to be totally integrated in order to be successful. And for sport organizations, it's important, or for any organization, it's important to understand that you want all of your digital assets accessible in one big database. For example, the team's online store, the physical store, the website, ticketing, social media, etc. Excuse me, and the customer database. For our purposes, home for the leagues, the teams, etc., is the website. That's the digital home where everything emanates from. Okay. In 2012, this was a digital watershed. By that I mean that the paradigm or the model for delivering mega sport events changed dramatically in 2012 at the London Olympics. What were the technologies included? Cloud computing, enhanced mobile communications. An important invention that resulted from years of study in the UK was a distributed antenna system. What does this do? How many of you go to a sporting event, what do you want to do with your phone? Connect to a system, connect to a network. Distributed antenna systems, which we're now using routers placed within, let's say, 100 yards of each other in a big stadium, we're creating terabits of data in our events. So the digital antenna system allows thousands of people to connect to a network at the same time. That's why you have such an interesting new model. Millions of smartphones, millions of tablets. Between 2010 and 2012, Apple sold more iPads than all of the Macs since 1984. Think about that. Think about that, an amazing statistic. Also, the Internet of Things is important. There was increased media consumption from OTT and social media. Social media worked to facilitate the viewing via cable and OTT because people were on their mobiles, on their social media platforms, talking about events that were terrific, etc., and that facilitated increased viewership. Also, what we had in London for the first time was real-time broadcasting and real-time marketing. Marketers, especially the Olympic sponsors, experimented using these technologies. So the Olympic-specific apps and all of these other technologies created a new model. It was a social-first Olympics, conversational Olympics, etc., and it was the convergence of collaborative technology. So that changed, it was a disruption that changed the paradigm or the model going forward. We all use this model now in our systems, in universities, athletics, all professional athletics use this model. So what is disruption? Let's talk a little bit about that. One of the things I think that's interesting about the performance side is years ago, what did we do? We digitized. We digitized human performance. Now that we've digitized it, now we're using digitalization to benefit and to expand. So what we had, we took our digital assets, we can renovate them, make them better, and innovate. That innovation leads to disruption. Innovation leads to disruption. And disruption leads to innovation. So this is an example that I put together about disruption, and we can have digital disruption through an OTT channel, or we can have real disruption through COVID. So what happens? What happens when we have disruption? Agile businesses, agile managers pivot, just like in basketball. They pivot and begin doing critical thinking. They start problem solving and then get creative, brainstorming, designing, new concepts, etc., which leads to innovation due to agile management and innovation teams. One of the major disruptions that I like to refer to is when Apple disrupted BlackBerry. BlackBerry was my most favorite phone, but it was disrupted. Why? Because they missed the paradigm shift. They thought, okay, anyone who wants to have a mobile phone is going to want to have a QWERTY keyboard. Well, they were wrong. And BlackBerry does not make mobile phones any longer. So that was a major disruption. COVID, a major disruption. But the example here in terms of the innovation was the NBA going to the bubble. And we have a lot of other examples of how sport innovated during COVID. They pivoted through agile management and innovated. Okay, now let's talk about the NBA. I'm not going to spend too much time on that. Most of you know the NBA as one of the top 4 professional leagues in the United States. It was named the most innovative company in 2018 by Fast Company, in the sports sector, that is. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time going through the objectives, etc., but what I wanted to do in this case study was to look at the National Basketball Association's digital transformation journey. Keep in mind that digital transformation is iterative, which means that it moves slowly from one step to the other. So I wanted to generate some insights, models, additional levels of inquiry, etc., related to their digital integration. So also what I wanted to know was, how did the NBA's digital transformation and business strategy contribute to increased revenue and global branding, as well as looking at the evolution of the league's business model. I'm not going to spend a lot of time. This was a case study. Most of you understand those things. Data was derived from academic journals, sport industry reports, recorded interviews with NBA officials, etc. I focused on 2010 to 2021 in this particular case study. And what I didn't do was to include a lot of the cultural, a lot of the historical elements during this period of time. So there was focus was primarily on the digital development of the NBA. One of the things that you will understand, certainly those of you in digital transformation, is that you need a leader. You've got to have someone who understands digital transformation and who is a champion for technology. Both David Stern, the commissioner from '84 to 2014, and Adam Silver, who's the current commissioner of the NBA, declared in 2000, right after the dot-com bubble, that the NBA was in fact an internet company. And they evolved the league's business model beginning in 2000 to integrate technologies as they developed. So the NBA was always utilizing the most recent innovative technologies throughout their entire digital evolution. They also had a very keen awareness of the importance of relationship marketing and digital communication. And they also included additional products and services like the NBA.com, the WNBA, the NBA League, which is now the G League, sponsored by Gatorade, social network sites, the NBA League Pass, etc. What did they build? They built an ecosystem. They built a global digital ecosystem. Transformational leadership. Ensuring digital transformation is a priority. Looking at business integration, enabling technology to be involved in the operating system of the enterprise. Valuing data, empowering people, and being agile. Agile management, being able to pivot when disruption occurs. Under Silver, especially, it was a confirmation of the importance and the value of fan-based businesses at the intersection of sport, media, entertainment, and technology. The NBA is an entertainment company. Also, Silver and David Stern were responsible for contributing to the development of a new digital business model for all professional sports. They started with their integration in social media in 2010, and in 2014, they made a concerted effort to take that globally. Some characteristics in terms of digital transformation leadership. You've got to be a geek. You've got to focus on technology. You have to be interested in developing new ideas and inventing new ideas. But also, and this is what really good companies do, is they copy. The NBA has been copied now, first by the NFL, now Major League Baseball, and finally hockey has just gotten, the NHL has just gotten a new spurt of technological energy. So, for example, all leagues except the NBA prohibited their athletes from going on social media. David Stern and Adam Silver said that the NBA arenas were broadcast studios. They wanted as much social media as possible. They wanted the athletes to reach out directly to consumers, to fans. So in 2010, what was their strategy? They embarked on a new business strategy to generate a more global reach by creating strategic media and brand partnerships. One of their best brand partnerships was with the Spanish bank BBVA. BBVA became the bank of the NBA in 2010 and helped to drive the NBA global. Also, BBVA is one of the most advanced banks. It's the second largest bank in Spain, but one of the most advanced technologically in the world. So what happened? When they developed that partnership within the ecosystem, you had knowledge transfer. So what does the NBA do? They took the concept, the blockchain concept, selling licensed merchandise via blockchain, and they've also developed their NFTs based on blockchain. NFT, non-fungible tokens, important new products and part of their service. This is just a strategy map. You can see player analytics. This is where that performance element comes in. Some of their partners. In blue, you have investments in these companies, and in the red, it's their partnerships. This is their ecosystem. Also, look at the relationship between the player analytics and sports betting. Monetization of performance data. And then you have your OTT programs down below. So, who are NBA fans? They're affluent, they're male. In their 2010 initiative, in 2014, they wanted to focus on young, diverse, male fans, primarily focused using mobile technology. As you can see, a very, very diverse fan base. This is part of their pivot with digital images of fans in the arenas during, or in the bubble during COVID. 2019 was an important year because we saw the crossover from cable to mobile, or from computers to mobile, in terms of watching TV. So now you've got more people watching and using a mobile device than a TV. So what does social media do? It provides a digital proximity to NBA fans. In 2014, they were accelerating their strategy, and they were positioned better than any other professional league to expand internationally because of their social media. This is an interesting statistic, only 1% of all NBA fans worldwide have ever attended a game. 1%. Again, they use Facebook, Twitter, personalizing communications. And one of the things that the NBA does very well is that they deliver both relevant and authentic content. And they also allow their players to share personal exchanges and personal interests. So digital proximity between fans and athletes, providing a higher level of fan identification. Important concept. Identifying with players and identifying with the team, that leads to greater brand value, or the NBA's brand in terms of their value. So everybody is, if you're on social media, you are a broadcaster, a content producer. And also keep in mind, from my perspective, from the business perspective, sport is nothing but content. It's content. And we produce this content in any way that's possible. We're looking now at short term. How many watch highlights? The NBA was selling the last 10 minutes of a game for $1 on NBA League Pass. Why? Because it was interesting for those fans that are involved in betting to be watching multiple games at the same time. So social media revolution in terms of rights holders, sponsors, media, streaming platforms, and fans. Social media increases brand value. NBA is currently the most followed league across Facebook, Twitter, WeChat, with about 1.3 billion followers. Now, that seems like a lot, but keep in mind with social media, it's not the absolute number of followers, but what is it? The absolute number of people who are actually active and liking, etc. The NBA also uploads a tremendous number of videos every day. And what makes that possible is the use of a new Israeli company called WSC, which uses automation to identify the key highlights in a game, and they went from producing 100 highlights a day to over 10,000 highlights a day. This is just what they produced in the 2019 playoff. And WSC is used by multiple sport organizations. So automatic editing in real time, for example, dunk, assist, 2 points, etc. Automatic production, and then automatic release, very much like real-time marketing. So here's a key point. Technology enables business strategy. When the NBA decided to go global with social media, they changed their strategy, which led to changing their business model. And the business model creates value. It's the business model that creates value, not technology. Digital transformation is about getting closer to the consumer, providing touch points, making e-commerce facile, making it easy, and increasing engagement with consumers. So, conclusions. The NBA is a consumer-focused, or has a consumer-focused business model. It has innovative digital assets, and it manages its digital assets very, very effectively. Another important element. It has key partnerships with brands and cultural events, and it's the leading global sport, and it has become a leading global sport and entertainment property. So what has the NBA done? They've used their digital transformation and strategic sponsorship, although we didn't talk about that, to increase the NBA's global footprint, generate revenue, and increase brand equity. So what we have essentially is a new model. Almost all other leagues worldwide are now utilizing the same model of business, the same strategy that the NBA has used. So I think I've taken up enough time. Is that okay? We'll have questions later. Yeah, okay. So, thank you. Thank you.
That was a great presentation about the changes of sports industry and how NBA has been responding so far. It was a great exchange and a presentation. I hope you enjoyed it.
Let me now move on to our second presentation, and it's titled Virtual Reality Technology in Sport Performance, Past, Present, and Future. Under this title, we are very happy to have our speaker, Professor Kathy Craig from the Ulster University, and who's the CEO of the Incisive. Now, let me invite Professor Craig onto the stage. Please welcome her with a big round of applause.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you to Professor Chang for inviting me. It's an absolute pleasure and an honor to be here with you today. This is my first time in South Korea, in Seoul. It's been a fantastic time, so thank you very much indeed. So when I was asked to speak, I thought, well, what was it I could do that would sort of like add to this conference? I think it's a fantastic idea. I think sport is such a wonderful area, ripe area for technologies. So I've been using virtual reality for a very long time. So I thought it was very useful possibly to give a history of how I've used virtual reality. So if I press that, I can see it. Oh, right, okay. So in terms of the past, everybody asks, okay, Kathy, virtual reality, why did you start using it? You're a psychologist. What does a psychologist use technology for? Well, we use technology to answer questions. And the question I had came about 25 years ago, which is a very long time now. Many of you in the room maybe weren't even born. But what it really was trying to understand performance and trying to understand the decisions that players have to make in the pitch. So every sport, whether it be soccer, basketball, volleyball, we have to make very, very fast decisions. And to make those decisions, we need information about what's happening around us. That often comes from the flight of the ball, but also from the movement of the players. I was particularly interested in goalkeeping performance, and I saw there's a poster outside on handball goalkeepers. We've done work in handball too. But I was interested in understanding when you put spin on a ball that causes the trajectory to deviate from its norm, what does that mean for the goalkeeper or the player? Is it more difficult for the brain to anticipate where that ball is going? If so, why? I know you're mad about baseball as well. Same idea. When the pitcher pitches a ball with spin on it, why is it more difficult for the batter to bat and hit that? To study this question, I needed a technology that would allow me to recreate the viewpoint of a goalkeeper. Because our eyes work like a camera in our head. So if we want to understand how the brain makes decisions, we need to recreate what the eyes actually see. I had initially thought, well, maybe I could use video. But the problem with video is, number one, it doesn't replicate the space-time pressures that happen in the game. And number two, you don't have the viewpoint of the player. We all know when we watch sport on television and we have a different perspective that we can see space differently. We can make decisions and we say, why didn't they make that decision? Well, in this case, when you're faced with the ball coming, I don't know if that played, don't know how I go back, it doesn't matter. So when you have a ball coming at you very quickly and it is looming and coming to you, you have to make those decisions. So this example we have here is the technology I used in Belfast about 15, 16 years ago. You can see that there's a headset, there's a backpack, there's a tether to the computer, and it's really there trying to allow you to move as freely as you possibly can. It was heavy, it was expensive, and the whole lab probably cost about $100,000 at the time. So what we did is we had an expert and we had a non-expert. And I don't know why the other videos aren't playing there, so I'm not quite sure why that happens. It's only playing one. Yes, if you could click, that would be brilliant. Yeah, thank you. No, that's fine. Just play. Thank you. Oh, it doesn't want to play. That's okay. It's a shame, because what it should show is this goalkeeper down below is very fluid in his movements. But what we found when we were able to look at this is that the novices, of course, saved fewer balls than the experts. That's hardly surprising, you might say. But what we're able to do with this technology, because we track movement, we're able to understand why. We're able to analyze the spatial temporal differences in their performance. So what we actually found was, we know a lot of sports say, faster, you must go faster, it's all about reaction times. What we find is that's actually not the case. And if you look at this example, it's from the Premiership, and it's De Gea, the Man United goalkeeper. If you look, the striker kicks the ball, the red dots show initially, and the yellow arrow, where the ball would have gone if it had continued along that path. But the ball starts to bend around, and the player gets caught out. The goalkeeper gets caught out. Why? Because he went too early. He went very, very fast. So sometimes it's better to wait and to pick up more information about where that ball is going to end up in the goal. The other thing we were interested in studying and using the technology for in the laboratory many years ago was the wall. Why do you put a defensive wall of players in? You're actually blocking the ball. The player can see less of the ball. You're making their job more difficult. So with virtual reality, we can create any scenario we want. We can systematically control things. So we can give a free kick with and without the wall. And then we can measure the difference in performance and the difference in the decision-making between the players. So I don't know, this video here is working, that's fine. So this was just showing an example on my right here of what happened in the England-Croatia Cup game. You could see the goalkeeper was like this because he couldn't see. So what we were able to do in our virtual reality was create a scenario with and without the wall. So this is showing what happens if you move the wall and how you can save the ball in there as well. So what we're able to do is recreate those two different scenarios. So what we've been doing in the past is really trying to understand virtual reality and how it can help us understand performance. So what we found was that spin, whether it be in football or in other sports, does make it more difficult for the brain to anticipate ball flight. What we do find, though, are that experts are able to adapt new strategies to deal with the spin on the ball. One of those strategies they do adopt is they don't go as quickly as possible. They go when they need to move. So faster reactions are not always better, as we often think. And more recently, we showed that the defensive wall can, in some instances, negatively impact on performance. So we need to question sometimes why we do certain things in sport. Does it make sense? And I suppose that's where that disruption and innovation comes in, is trying to use technology to question what it is we may do in practice, in performance. So it was way back when I was working in France, I had the pleasure of working with Adidas Innovation Team Football. And in 2010, I don't know how many of you maybe remember the 2010 World Cup in South Africa. There was the ball called the Jabulani ball, and it was a football that Everybody hated it. The goalkeepers hated it, the players hated it. They said it doesn't move properly, it flutters in the air, it's not a good ball. Its trajectory is unpredictable. And in sport, if we want to interact with another object or a person, we have to be able to anticipate and predict. So what we were able to do was to help Adidas understand what was wrong with the football. They had in the Jabulani ball a triangle that was printed on a sphere. And if you have a triangle and you have a sphere and you rotate the sphere around its central axis, the points of the triangle can make it appear like it's wobbling or moving in the air. So what we were able to do with the virtual reality was create different types of design of football, so you're able to test those products before you go to production. But the other interesting thing Adidas had done, and this will interest the engineers in the room, is they used a new manufacturing technique that reduced the number of panels. And this affected the flow of air around the ball, which caused it to flutter and bend in the air like you could there. So that was another interesting application of virtual reality, where we were, as psychologists, were able to measure the behavior of players when we presented them with different scenarios. So fast forward to the present. So as I said, I started using it a long time ago. We looked at soccer, we looked at handball, we looked at rugby, we looked at cricket. We looked at a lot of sports that required anticipation and interception. So sports that require picking up that sensory information or that perceptual information of what's happening around you. When I was doing my research and I would present at conferences, lots of sporting directors and performance directors would say to me, Kathy, that's fine, but where is the application? Where can I use your technology to help improve performance? As I said at the time, it was expensive, it was in a lab. So for me, I couldn't see any future unless I was able to get the technology out of the lab so I could actually put it into a sporting environment. So the Oculus Quest was really a revolution for me, because this technology did away with the PC, it did away with the cable, it did away with the motion sensors, and it combined it into one onboard processing sort of system. So here you can see you've wear the headset, you've got two hand controllers, and these can very precisely measure human movement. So we've actually tested this in the lab, and we find that there's about 2 to 3 millimeter accuracy in this system. So for me as a psychologist, I suddenly realized, oh, there's a way we can get this research from the lab to the pitch so it can make a difference to people's performance and ability to do things. So that's what prompted me to start my company called Incisive. So Incisive is a startup. I'm an academic. I have no clue about business, but I'm learning very, very fast. We started in 2018, really with this idea of how can we apply our knowledge and embed it into products? How can we take that know-how and work alongside engineers? And you heard James talk earlier about that disruption. Well, for me, that disruption comes from that multidisciplinary approach to finding solutions to problems. And I think that's what's great about this program here as well. So what we have today is we went back to where we started with our goalkeepers. That's like making these quick decisions and being able to improve your responses in those scenarios. So I will talk briefly now about each of these three products. So we've got ones that are more specific for goalkeepers. The middle one is more an application that's available now for athletes in general as well. And then I'll talk a little bit about Mover as well. So what we wanted to do was to create an application that would allow players and coaches to do things that they can't currently do. So for me, when we're using technology, it has to allow you to do things differently. There's no point recreating what you currently do. It has to add value. So for me, it was about creating a tool that would allow them to train differently. So what we really have here is an ability to create any different type of shot. So that can be a shot with spin, without spin, can end up in different places in the net with different speeds. We've got a huge aerodynamics ball model sitting under that. And then what we can actually do is put sensors on the feet, the torso, the hands, and the head of the player. They take on the ownership of an avatar in a virtual reality game, and then they're able to move and save that ball as they would on the pitch. And this is very, very important for me. It's very important that they can move in the virtual world as they would in the real world. That's so important to ensure transfer. But not only can they train differently, they can also learn differently. And they can learn differently because they can have different type of feedback. So I mentioned that we do a calibration, so the avatar, the size, the shape of the avatar takes on your size and shape as well. And what we're able to do is, in the moment, give them a shot, and then we can say, okay, step back, and you can have an instant replay, like we see here, where they see what they actually did immediately afterwards. And they go, oh, I see that. Oh, I can see the position of my feet was wrong. I can see my body position was wrong. And this is where coaches are finding all the value. With that movement data, though, we're able to analyze performance differently. We're able to measure what the eyes can't see, or maybe the eyes can see, but you can't maybe explain it or measure it. So we're able to take all that movement data, and then we're able to analyze it in a very systematic and detailed way. And not only that, we can also compare players differently. And by that I mean we can give every single player exactly the same shot. If you think about the training pitch, you're out there, you have a striker who kicks the ball. The next ball isn't so good. So the quality of service or the type of shot they have to save is very different. So each goalkeeper maybe didn't have the same shot each time. So here we can give them exactly the same shots and really know who is the best goalkeeper. So that's all fine, but how does this work in practice? So last season, well, COVID was very difficult to get to clubs, difficult to have people use the technology. So we were delighted last year to work very closely with Royal Union Saint-Gilloise. So their performance director came to see us. This is a team that came from Division 2 in Belgium and was newly promoted to Division 1. So it was very new for them. They had very limited budgets, and they said, look, we are doing very well. We're surprising ourselves even. We're first in the table. We're first for goal scores, shots on target, and possession. But we're fifth if we look at our save percentage. So the performance director identified this as an area for improvement. So what we did was we got a clean sheet and we installed it in the squash court at their training facility. So this is an example of them putting on the headset, and then Laurent, the goalkeeper, was able to work very closely on technique. And what he was very interested in was the automatic movements that goalkeepers have to make to block shots. So he found another value and another reason to use this technology. So he was able to get to grips with the technology, practice it in the squash court before lunch, have lunch, and then go out onto the pitch and practice what they had practiced already in the virtual reality. And what he found was there was an acceleration in their ability to learn. So we were delighted to say then, after clean sheet, that they had moved to third place in their save percentage, and it had improved by 3.4%. This meant they finished first in table for goals conceded, first for the number of clean sheets, and also first in the table overall. So what also happened at the time was, we heard James talk about the social media and the marketing side, was we started to share some of the content we had been using in the virtual reality on social media. Essentially, it was TikTok. So again, that was creating the short content using our technology. And what we found was that people were loving this technology, and we had all these requests for the kids going, please, can we have it? I'm a goalkeeper. I want to practice at home. I want to practice in my bedroom. My parents can't come to the park. My friends won't practice with me. So we had all these things, and we decided about a year ago, okay, can we adapt what we have with the sensors on the feet, the torso, the hands, into something that would work on the Meta Quest? So that's essentially what we did. We created what we call the ultimate VR goalkeeping experience, but it's not just for goalkeepers. It's actually testing anybody's reactions, responses, and the key thing, it had to be fun. So we started off with a very simple game where we would have portals shooting balls at you, and you just quite simply had to save them. I'm going to press play, and hopefully you'll get a little trailer of the game that's now available on the MetaQuest App Lab, and that will be launching on the Pico store, hopefully at the end of this month or December. So hopefully this plays. So that's just a little trailer of what the game does. So we launched on Meta's App Lab, which is like for indie games, and it's not visible on the main store, so you have to promote it through your own marketing. So James Stafford, who works with us, did this through TikTok, and we've now got over 30,000 users in the last 9 months. But the thing that gives me most pleasure is reading the reviews and reading what people find where there's value in it. And there's one particular kid that said, like, "Hi, Incisive, this game has helped me so much with my school matches. At first I wasn't even the starting keeper, but now I am, and we're dominating school football." So it's things like that that give me real pleasure to see that something as simple as what we did in the lab, we could adapt so it could bring value to what they're doing. But for me, it's back to this disruption that James talked about again. And the key thing about this technology is that anybody with this headset anywhere in the world can play the same game. So for me, it's a way of uniting people through this common activity of trying to stop these shots that are coming into the goal. And then that comes to the next step. Where can this technology add value? Where is the exciting place to be? So we're about to launch, fingers crossed, in December, the multiplayer mode. And that becomes really cool because I can then play with somebody else who's anywhere in the world. So I could go back to Belfast and I could play with Professor Chang here in Seoul, and we could play our Target Clash or Goalie Wars. But the really cool thing as well is this idea of global competition. So anybody can see who's the best in the world, and I'll come back to that in a minute. So Mover, I mentioned briefly. I just want to touch on this because this is more for general athletes as well. And it's trying to adopt this more holistic approach to performance. So this technology has so much potential. I just talked about one tiny little area where there's an application that we have focused on. But again, it's anywhere where there's a brain-body interaction, it becomes very, very powerful. So anything to do with movement as well is really key. So we've been looking at ways of tapping into brain fitness or our neural fitness. We hear a lot about physical fitness, but for me, that ability to control movement is also a form of intelligence and fitness. So what we've been really doing is helping teams as well around injuries. And if any of you have played sport and been injured, you'll know how terrible that is to try to get back to fitness and back to competition. But from a business side, injured players have huge financial costs, but also performance costs for a team. This is a study that was done, I think, in 2018-19 season, and they analysed the Premiership clubs in England. And what they were really interested in was, what is the cost of injuries? So they found that of all the players, they missed on average 8% of the games. And that's 3 games through injury. Any coach will want to pick their best team. And if you've injured players, it means you can't pick your best team. And in fact, 2 Manchester clubs, Man City and Man United, spent £43 million on injured players. That's the cost of salaries those injured players incurred during that season. Of course, they pay very high salaries, so that's why it's so exorbitant. But the interesting piece is the link with performance, and people forget about that. What they found was 271 days out due to injury could be 1 league place, which accounts for 21%, taking all things into consideration of final league position. So what we've done, again, is using the virtual reality, is create a series of sports-specific tests that capture that movement data, analyse it, so we can benchmark performance. Now, primarily, we've been using it in head injuries, in concussion, in particularly sports like rugby and ice hockey, and we're able to compare pre- and post-injury data for that player. But there's also some very interesting data around comparisons within the team and the population. This is just an example of some data from an ice hockey player last year. So the 2 white dots on the 9th and 10th of September represent his baseline data in this balance task. What you see on the 5th of October is 2 days after his head injury, his concussion, and you can see how far below it is his balance. The red line is basically 2 standard deviations below his baseline. And you can see that recovery process as the brain starts to heal and as the inflammation starts to die down. But again this is like, for example, team data, and each of these circles represent a player. And again, you can see that distribution of your players and see their strengths and weaknesses, symmetries and asymmetries across their performance. So I've got a little video here, if I have time to play that. I'll just press play.
Yeah, I thought the virtual reality tests were pretty good fun. We were just doing the baselines today for if we need them in the future. But yeah, I think the potential is huge. I mean, this is the first time we've seen this technology for this reason.
You know, clinically I can see subtle deficits, but it's so hard to measure that and measure it well and accurately. And that's one of the beauties with this technology, was it allowed us to be a little bit more sensitive, a bit more accurate, but also challenge multiple systems at once. A lot of current tests we do are just, they're not testing the systems we really want to be looking at. And especially with these guys being on the ice, it's such a fast-paced, dynamic environment. Virtual reality is a great way to explore that and challenge that a bit more.
Oh, I think it's amazing. I mean, that was the first time I'd used it last week, and it caught me by surprise by how realistic it was. So I'm sure it'll be amazing in the future. If you have had a knock, then I'm pretty sure it'll pick up that you're not quite right. So I think it will look after us.
A new test like this, a new technology, if it's going to be a more accurate way of getting a baseline, and I think that's a great thing for the players and for the union.
Yeah, we certainly do not want players out there unless they're 100%. One, for the safety and health of them, and two, obviously, yeah, we want them to be making good decisions on the ice. So certainly, if it impacts their ability to make good decisions, they shouldn't be on the ice.
I think just having more data, having a wider range of tests that you can do that cover a lot more bases. I'm sure you can say, like, you see the numbers as they progress when you get back towards your baseline, and like I said, that just gives you a lot more confidence coming back to play.
It was really easy, actually. The players were engaged, they thought it was brilliant, they could see the benefits straight away. They knew what we were measuring, what we were looking at, and for them it was new, it was novel, but it was more personal with it because they could one-to-one test. So immediately I've got player engagement, which is brilliant.
So for us, like, having another layer that gives guys the potential to rehab it and also give them confidence that they're ready to come back when that time is there is hugely important.
Whether it's your balance, your ocular motor skills, a number of different things, and I feel like these kind of tests really touch base on each and every one of those. So If you're lacking in one area, you can really see the results.
Incisive is one of the top VR companies in the world, so if this gives us a competitive advantage, like we're always after those 1% marginal gains, and if this is a way of doing it, working with one of the top VR companies in Northern Ireland, it's fantastic for both of us.
You can really start to look at these subtle changes, and it's those subtle changes that persist that puts a player at risk of injury further down. A current battery don't pick those up, this stuff does.
Some of the balance stuff where they try and throw you off, you do definitely feel like it's affecting you, and I think it's a really good start, and yeah, I think it's got huge potential.
So that just gives you a little feel for what it's like in the sort of applied sporting environment there as well. Now, the last bit I just want to briefly touch on is the future, and I know in the panel we'll probably go into this in a little bit more detail, so I'm not going to say too much. I've just got 2-3 slides of where I think it could be exciting. So for me, the whole concept of esports, it's sitting at a computer and pressing keys or moving a mouse. I personally don't see that as sport, but yes, people say it's competition. So when there's competition, it's a sport. Okay, that's fine. But I much prefer it when people have to move and they have to control their movements in specific ways. And I could see that virtual reality will become the future of gaming, well, particularly the esports side of things. And you could imagine having your Olympics in these types of things where you can actually physically see people moving in the real world. The other thing, and I'm sure James is very aware of this as well, is about the fan experience, how virtual reality can transform that. So you can imagine that for sporting organisations, you can now sell seats in an infinite number of times if somebody was wearing their virtual headset in a space. So they could be sitting courtside on a basketball court or in the best seat in the house in another game as well, plus share that experience with their friends. So for me, that ability from a fan engagement point of view as well is going to become huge, where they can actually share that experience. But for me personally, where do I see our technology, where the exciting piece is around this talent identification. So James talked about the digitization of human performance. For me, this is almost the democratization of human performance. So basically anybody in the world who could be picked up on a leaderboard as having exceptional skill in this area could be spotted and could have that opportunity to excel in their sport. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much for your...
Let's give Professor Craig another big round of applause for that insightful presentation. Yes, the Professor Craig talked about the VR and how that can relate to sports, especially the soccer. And in the past, yes, the understanding of the performance was very much used for this technology, and she's now using many more insights that she got to apply in many different applications. And we look forward to seeing how this technology is going to evolve to give more values to different applications. So once again, thank you, and let's give the two speakers another big round of applause. Thank you very much, everyone. Well, now let's move on to the panel discussion for the session of the first session. And to remind you, it's titled The Next Generation of Sport Science and Technology Applications. We have the Professor Grace Ahn as the chair, and we have two speakers and on the panel. So we would like to invite all four of you onto the stage for the panel discussion. Again, Chair Professor Grace Ahn as a moderator and two speakers, and the panelist who is Mr. Lee Sang-yun from 4D Replay. So let's give them a big round of applause.
Thank you. And now, let me introduce Professor Grace Ahn from University of Georgia. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome her with a big hand. And we're also joined by 4D at Play CEO Lee Sang-yun. Let's give him a big hand. Okay, then I'm going to have our moderator take the floor.
Yeah, thank you for your wonderful presentations. It was very informative, and I think it really showed the history of where we began from in the past and where we are in the current stages and where we're going in the future. And it was really interesting to hear different perspectives. James talked a little bit about how the digital ecosystem comes together from the management side. Kathy spoke about the performance side, and Mr. Lee can also pitch in a little bit more about the user side, the viewer side of the technology. And so I think I wanted to kick off this discussion regarding, so where are we going specifically with these immersive technologies? And so I think many of us here agree that the future of all of this technology that we've been discussing during these talks is going to eventually come together in some shape or form regarding immersive spaces. And so when we do move forward towards these immersive spaces, what does that exactly look like? Because a lot of it's still sort of confined in much more controlled spaces, and it's going to take a little bit of time for us to get from where we are here to where we are in the future, where these immersive technologies will become ubiquitous. And so from your different perspectives of, James, you had talked about a little bit about the management side. So what could the management do with regard to these immersive spaces in terms of the players, in terms of the users? And so what are some of the more specific action items that you envision regarding these VR, AR spaces? And there's no specific order, so please feel free to jump in.
So what's important?
No, it's not mine. Do you want me to go?
Much better, thank you. What's the value of one fax machine? Nothing. When did the smartphone become interesting for global usage? When it became a commodity. So when these products and services become commodities and they're accepted universally, then we'll see what happens. But they're very special and very unique, I think. So it's a matter of marketing, it's a matter of technology acceptance, and it's a matter of people understanding. I don't know how user-friendly the back office is. You know, that's an important element. So
yeah, tell us a little bit about technology acceptance. How do management companies and how does the organization come to accept a new technology? For example, how would they come to accept virtual reality?
When it becomes universal. In other words, you have technology, you have software programs that are now being used by everyone. Microsoft, for example, is a universal platform that anyone has access to. So this is a critical element of technology acceptance. Now we have consumer acceptance. And again, we're looking at other factors: cost, time, the uniqueness of the technology. And I don't know about virtual reality in terms of, oh yes, it was going to be a big thing 25 years ago. Oh, well, wait a little bit, then it'll be a big thing in 10 years, and we're not there yet. So we have to wait and see. And it's also a little bit strange for people. So, and you would know much more about that than I do. I'm just looking at it from a marketing side.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a very, very good point, and you're right, everybody's been waiting a long time for this to happen, but just think back to the very first mobile phones. Remember the big bricks? Like, you know, nobody will remember here probably what they were like. I mean, I never had one, but you had that. Then I remember somebody worked for Nokia and they said, oh yes, everybody will only ever have one phone, so we need to do something different. How wrong they were, do you know what I mean? Because people thought that that was like a phone you used to have in your home, a landline, you know, so people thought, oh, well, there'll only ever be one that you need, whatever. And then for me, it's about the technology. The hardware becomes the enabler for the software. That's the key thing. So virtual reality, it's a hardware. You can't ever forget that. Without the software, without the content, it's worth nothing. It's like having a big fancy TV or that, and you've nothing to watch. You don't have a subscription to whatever to be able to view the content. So for me, it's about the two things. It's about the quality of the content that exists, and that's the application. And the second bit is where I think it could be exciting, is the creation of the content, and that comes back to the back end. So, I mean, if you think as well who adopts these technologies, it's the young people. You know, and I think this is what's been interesting for me in this journey. I would never have envisaged where we are right now and what we're doing. That wasn't my plan. At the start, it was very serious. It was performance in elite sport, blah, blah, blah. And then you see that the youngsters are driving it. They're the ones that tell us what features they want to see. We have one guy who calls himself on TikTok Incisive Keeper, and he creates content for us. And he was like last night going, I'm going live, I'm going live, I'm going to break the world record. And he streamed live himself, bouncing around his bedroom with lightning fast reflexes, saving over 1,000 shots. You know, so for me, that's where it is. It's the youngsters that are going to do it. They're going to be creative. And I think it's back to this creativity piece. That's what's brilliant about human beings, is the direction the technology goes in isn't where you necessarily think it was going to go in the first place. And I think that's what it's about. What I worry about virtual reality is it's not necessarily something you will use in all different scenarios. And it's not about recreating reality. I think Mark Zuckerberg's got it wrong. It's not necessarily what he thinks he created. Even what he thought Facebook would be in the start wasn't what it ended up being. They make their money from the advertising and well, we'll not go there. But, you know, so for me, that's the key thing there, is about the content and about the ability to create the content for 3 others.
And what about for the viewers? How will immersive spaces change the viewer's experience of content?
Thank you very much. So for those that are in the sports, the biggest players are, of course, the actual athletes, the players. But the industry is driven by the fans themselves. Without fans, there is no sports industry itself. So for the fans to enjoy, the best way to do it is to bring them on the stadium, in the stadium itself. But of course, there are limitations for that physical world. So if you limit that into the physical world only, the industry is not going to grow. So ultimately, if you want to bring more fans and have them enjoy fan contents, you need to be able to allow those far distance, remote, still enjoy the same contents. So what that means is that, as the 2 professors mentioned, the disruption, the innovations, and the perspectives, the movements of the athletes, these are not just happening in the sports industry or the athletes' perspective. It can also impact the viewers, the spectators, so the fans. Now, on that second part, the fans, how do we engage them? Well, the TV has been around, or TV network has been around for about 100 years. It was recorded or live, from the black, white to color and all that, and no sound and then to sound. And there's a lot of changes of those technology, but there's one thing that has never changed, and that is camera selection, angle selection was done by the producers of the network outlets. So that was one single perspective in the past, and it was okay then. But now the viewers today want different angles, different perspectives. They want diversified experiences, like the behind cut, what is called. That's gaining a lot of popularity. And also for the goalkeeper, of course they want to see the goalkeeper and the striker, but the fans want to see what are the coaches looking like when the goal is saved or not saved, and how is the goalkeeper looking at it from the very behind, because usually we don't get to see from their own perspectives, because cameras will only get the catch after the actual goal or the shoot or the kick. Now we want to bring diversity of those different perspectives and views to the fans, and that is what's important nowadays. And I think that's going to really change the paradigm shift. It's going to be a shift of the paradigm. And another thing is that the traditional TV outlets is now being replaced by the OTT. That's an inevitable trend, and nobody can reverse this. And nowadays, the OTTs of today aren't just doing exactly the same thing as what TV that has done. They're not doing that. Or they're actually just change the format and show it. But the question is, the medium has changed, but did the contents really change? That's something that we still need to look into to find the answers. But many new medias or telecommunication companies, OTT platforms, they need to go beyond just simply change the format and then show it on their platform, but create something new, something more diversified contents, and that can interact with the people, the fans, or the users. So that's very important for us as well. And time slice, like the multi-angle video, or giving the choice to the users to change the camera angles themselves, or sending the movement information to the viewers. Those are some of the popular things that I think can be very promising. Like in Amazon, I think they catch the shoes of a player, and you can actually directly purchase it once you click on that shoe in the video. That's another. So what I'm trying to say is that we're all trying to enhance the satisfaction of the fans so that they can be more engaged. That's what we do in my company. And when we first began, we wasn't sure if that could be a if it was marketability at all. But now we see that the network has become more fast, and then smart devices are everywhere. And I see that there is definitely a market there. On the other side of the coin, this kind of multi-views or multi-angles, these are amazing services, of course. But the question is, would it only attract the fans? In fact, this question was raised by the clubs of the sport themselves. Because in the stadium, there's a video man, then they can only see it from one angle. Like the goalkeeper's perspective, for example, you look at the speed from the goalkeeper's perspective, but it looks like a spin from behind, but if you look at it from the side, it looks just like the regular line, and it doesn't look like it's got a spin. So there could be different perspectives, and also the clubs, or not just the fans, but other stakeholders could also benefit from this kind of perspectives. So maybe what they can do is use a lot more videos and make more contents from different angles. So what we initially thought about is to provide the videos for viewers, but we realized that we can expand. We can actually use it for the coaching purposes and for the club. So that's what we are doing for the expansion initiative. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for sharing your opinion and expertise. I also wanted to provide the opportunity for the general audience to ask questions if you have any. So as you are thinking of questions, if you can just kind of raise your hand, they can hand over a mic to you. But I would also like for us to discuss the concept of connectivity between the virtual world or the digital world and the physical world. And so when people are discussing this idea of the metaverse, the connectivity between your virtual experiences and how they impact your physical world behaviors and attitude and vice versa becomes very important. And so in terms of your perspectives, how can we move forward to connect our virtual and physical worlds together so that our virtual experiences don't just end within the social media or within virtual reality, but they have a direct impact on the physical world that we live in? And again, anyone can jump in.
Yeah, I mean, the connectivity is huge. And I think that's something I never appreciated because I suppose I didn't realize that it was possible initially. And then it's the enabler back to the software we have to use to make sure that two people can be connected in the same virtual space, even though they're geographically located in different areas. And, you know, that's a real engineering challenge. And I think that's what's great. I mean, it's back to this multidisciplinarity to solve problems again. And I think that's back to the disruption, back to the need is people want to be connected. It's a human thing, you know, back to the psychologist in me. We all want to be able to connect with other people. We don't want boundaries. And, you know, geography is a boundary. And I think that's the beauty about the metaverse is that notion that geography no longer becomes a boundary or a limit. And I think the thing is as well is you have to then always ask yourself is what can you do differently in that world that you can't do in the real world? And, you know, sometimes if you're just talking, then, well, you could use other platforms for that. For me, the virtual reality is about the coding of movement, and you talked about it as well. It's that movement in this space because you know, we don't realize when you just speak to somebody, you don't see them, you're missing the non-verbal cues. So, and again, that's movement. And, you know, sport, of course, is the movement piece in there, is integral part of that. So for me, it's remembering that and what you can share in that space and being able to appreciate. And then it's the emotional bit, is the connectivity again. So it's that emotional experience, and I think that's back to the fans as well. We all watch a game, and you know, if you watch everybody together, not even the game, just watch their reactions, you know what's happening in the game and you know which team they support. And I think that's what's amazing as well, is that shared empathy we would have when we're watching something, you know. So I think that's what's exciting.
I really don't have anything to add to that except to keep in mind that the two key elements of sport are emotion and uncertainty of outcome. And that plays into a lot of virtual reality.
Yes, I cannot agree more with what you just shared. When we think of connectivity, we always talk about virtual reality as well. But if you think about it, if you look at sports, who are connected in sports? Do you connect fans and players, or fans and other fans? How do we survive as sports in virtual space? We know that this is a trend. We need to be able to connect people, and sports need to go into the space of virtual reality because we need to survive. Okay, if that is the assumption, in the case of VR, there's a specific space and people are going to communicate and move around in that space. But what about players and fans? How are they going to communicate with one another? That's one element we need to think about. And as our professor said, when robots are running, when machines are hitting the ball, it's not going to be fun. It should be human beings who have to sweat and fall and maybe, you know, feel pain and also have this overloading joy. And I guess motorsports is an exception, but if you think about virtual reality, just because computer graphics are moving around and avatars are moving around, do you think it's going to be fun and interesting? So that's why currently we are thinking of VR have to be connected with a physical world. And if you think about connectivity of sports, of course, connecting fans is important, but we have to make sure that real sports, what's happening here, has to be created there in the virtual reality. So let's say we're broadcasting this real content in a virtual theater. Like avatars are going to sit around. There's going to be a big theater. But if you think about it, that is just virtualizing the theater, not the content, right? So, if that is the case, are we going to create real content to survive in virtual reality with what methods of creating content? I think the essence of VR is having panoramic view as a viewer, as a user. And I believe there are concepts called panoramic VR and objective VR. But if you think about FOB of sports, to accurately enjoy, we need both panoramic VR and objective VR. We do need hybrid VR. That has to be realized. And not just in Korea and other regions of the world, as we are thinking of future sports and future media, our companies have to get together to find a solution.
James, did you want to jump in?
I was just going to say that one of the new technologies that we're working on now, and from a direct-to-consumer model, and something like direct-to-consumer using edge technology could solve the problem. I'm sure most of you know what edge technology is. So, I mean, we're looking, and again, I think the important concept is that this is all iterative. It's all evolutionary.
Yeah, and I think James made a very good point about the predictability as well. You're right, it's about it being unpredictable. And as you said about the robots as well, if you ever want to know why AI on its own won't take over the world, watch a robot football game and you'll see how bad it is. You know, human beings are amazing in terms of the most sophisticated form of engineering that exists. And for me as a psychologist, and I'm 100% biased here, is that by understanding human behavior and understanding more how humans behave, by analyzing videos, by doing that, you understand a little bit more how you can have that high quality content going forward. One area I would love to work more on is intelligent avatars. So not predictable, but using what we know about human performance and what experts do differently from novices. So you can have the same input, but it would derive different outcomes based on their experience, whatever. That's where it's going to get super exciting, because then you can pick your team. I get asked a lot by coaches and teams, can you replay the game or do match scenarios? And I look at them trying to be polite, but just say, but why? You know, the thing you have to remember that in any sporting scenario is it's always this interaction between attackers and defenders. And that is at that moment in time, somebody moves left, somebody else moves right. That doesn't translate into VR for replay, absolutely. But to be VR content, no, that's nonsense. You know, you need to have those interactions understood, and we don't know enough yet. So that's why anything that we do is about 2 to 3 seconds long, because it's basically that sort of current future, as we call it, that ability to interact in that moment. That's all we focus on, is that bubble in front of you there, not the long play. We're not there yet.
Yeah, and I think we all found out during the COVID years that even though we tried to go remote for a lot of different things, some things were particularly well suited to be remote and virtual and digital, whereas other things just could not translate. And so I'm curious about your thoughts about what is appropriate. What elements of sports and sports science would be most appropriate for these digital spaces that we are discussing? Because some things are going to work very well and some things are just not going to translate.
Depends on context. What context are you operating in?
What kind of context are we talking about?
Is this a youth program? Is it professional? Is it a training film? There's lots of different elements that can be digitized and eventually put into VR. But it almost has to be customized, right?
Yeah. And if you think about a lot of virtual reality headsets or even TV screens or tablets, there are specific movements that you're able to do within that given space. And then things like jumping around or things that you would need lots of space for don't translate as well in virtual reality, for example. So what would be the future when we can't run with these devices?
Yeah, so I mean, it's a very good question. And I think when we talk about the quality of the content, this is where the design piece comes in. So, I talked a little bit about it earlier, but I think this program that you have here in Seoul is fantastic because for me, it's the different disciplines talking to each other to understand, well, this is my problem. How can you solve that from an engineering perspective? So I mentioned robots and AI and wasn't very complimentary about it, but absolutely those skills of understanding how can we put patterns of movement into the avatars to make it more realistic. So what we do is we use basic AI in our game. So if you have a small space, we only give you small goals. If you've got a big space that you're able to move around in because you've made the guardian that size, then you can move and you can dive. So Incisive Keeper has his bed and an inflatable mattress and will dive. And, yes, we're saying please don't dive. And we deliberately then, of course, control the content to drive the movement. So we don't have shots to the top left that much. But there's a big call, and I think we will introduce dive time in there and have a huge warning going, please be careful, and stuff like that. So I think yes, you're right. It's understanding those limitations, but through the design, making sure it's entertaining and fun, rather than saying, okay, well, we can't do that. The running is tricky, and we can do sort of small runs in what we have, but you're right. They do have devices for simulating this movement that aren't great, but yeah. But that's back to a limitation. But maybe AR will come into that space. Maybe, you will have, I know that you've got big arenas and in places where you can have those movements. So it'll be back to the application and the context.
Do you have problems with latency at all?
No. So I talked about the multiplayer, and these are the engineering challenges. So we use a software called Normcore, and latency is a huge thing there. So there's a table tennis game called 11, which is really, really well done. And we were speaking to the engineers the other day because we had this problem of throwing a ball to your virtual opponent and them trying to catch it. And you get this phenomenon called rubber banding, where it's like, oh, who's got the object? Who owns it? So the computer always needs to know who owns this, who's going to have control of it now. So these are real engineering problems, and that's where I throw out the challenge to all the bright engineers in this room to work on these things. But you're right, it's how Skype solved the problem, is they slowed it down. So you don't perceive the latency, they don't perceive the latency because you've slowed it down. Just those milliseconds you need it to do to preserve the experience. Because back to your point earlier, Grace, is what's so important is behavioral realism in the VR. And I keep telling people it's not pictorial realism, it's the behavioral realism. Do you behave as you would in the real world? And that, for sport, that's important to have the transfer between the virtual and the real.
But we may be able to run with a headset soon.
Yeah,
we have.
You get very sweaty very quickly.
Yeah, it's really not nice.
Sang-in?
Yeah, I think maybe I can reshift your question. I'm so sorry, but can I change the gear? Let's say VR is developing. Do you think you can take away everything that TV has been playing? Do you think VR is going to dominate everything like Ready Player One? Do you think we'll see that type of AI? When TV came up, everyone said radio is going to be killed. Everyone said radio is going to get, just extinct. However, radio itself is developing, like radios with some images, visible radios, and for TV, we see some very high resolution based music programs and shows as well. And because we focus on audience and viewership, I can tell you that in the case of sports, you have to have a very chill, relaxed environment. And if you think about fans, there are those fans, and there are also other types of fans who are very passionate, full of passion. I'm talking about the first category as couch potatoes. Like when you are done with hard work, you just sit on the couch and enjoy beer or drinks and chips, and you just scream and enjoy the games. Or some fans would say, do all this analysis. What was the cause of this loss or win? And then you do all these homework and so passionate about it. And then I feel like VR and real life are going to be there, coexisting, trying to take over each other's area over time. And if that's the case, VR are going to have data and Internet 3.0. There's going to be some sort of interaction. And in the case of VR, I believe that there is avatar or some computer graphic elements. Instead of those, I believe more live action, real looking, authentic looking visuals are going to come in. I know that there is an issue of traffic and high resolution, but if you think about 4K VR, it's not just one front side of 4K. It should be all around 360 degrees angle 4K. That is why currently resolution is not catching up with what users demand or require. So if you think about sports viewers and spectators, when you're going to invite them right now to the space, are they going to come watch? No. Let's say active Gen Z, and can we say you should stop interacting with TVs and VR? No, not at all. There is broadcasting area, there's VR area, they're going to coexist and they're going to take a balance and they're going to try to expand their own zones and areas over time. So in the case of content creating sport, I don't think it's too premature to say that we're going to jump into VR right away. We need human interaction. We need people to engage in unexpected, really hard to predict interactions to make it more fun, and it's very difficult to recreate that on VR.
So
that's my prediction.
One more discussion point. And I wanted to end with a consideration for general users. So oftentimes it feels like when we discuss these emerging technologies and disruption and transformation, we're leaving a lot of people behind. So for experts and industry professionals, it might be everyday vernacular, but for many others, it may feel like they're being alienated and left a little bit behind. And James talked a little bit about digital engagement and how important it is for us to be able to engage fans and user bases as well. And so for us, when we consider disruption, how can we move together towards a disruptive service rather than the technology advancing so far above and beyond that the regular user, the everyday user, feels a little bit alienated?
Want to try that?
Well, I think you answered it in your talk. You talked about iPads and how many iPads were bought and how they had surpassed the number of Macs. So number one, access to a device, and it has to have a price point that allows it to be accessible. And that is one great thing that Meta did do with the price point of the Quest at $399 is like really very affordable. Mobile phones are more expensive.
Yeah, I just bought one for $1,000, so it's a quarter of the price.
Yeah, so for me, that's number one is access to the technology. And that's how, I didn't adopt a smartphone for a long time. I was one of the laggards. You have that technology adoption curve. So you do have the early adopters, and we are on the rise. And, the number of devices, and with Pico entering the market space for virtual reality is going to be transformational. I don't know if you saw our graph in terms of the distribution of our sales. Asia is only 2 to 3%. And Asia's huge, and you would love to have that globalization of your technology. So, you do have some brands that are more accessible than others in different parts of the world. But for me, it's that globalization that's important and making sure everybody has it. But Pico are being aggressive in the space. They're also being less choosy about what goes on their store. And I think Meta need to be careful, because they're curating a lot of content there and limiting it, and that's not what it's about. Let the customers decide what's good and what's not. It will sink or swim itself.
There's a synergistic relationship between technology and consumers, and consumers are demanding, and I think the other key concept is the co-creation of value. And the consumer, is part of that process. And the feedback loop from the consumer to the technology is critical.
Yeah, because right now it often feels like the consumers are struggling to follow the technology, whereas it needs to be much more bi-directional, right?
Yeah.
Yes, recently my wife said, "Oh, can you run the washing machine?" And I said, "Well, I like machines. I think I'm techie, and I try to like operate that washing machine. There were like so many different buttons, and I had no idea what to push. And then my wife came and like, how can you not know this? And from that, I just realized that as technology develops, humans have to be able to catch up. And I was one of those who were kind of behind the technological advancement. So, and you can see more functionalities coming in, and more complex methodologies are going to be adopted as well. And what about the marginalized who can't keep up with this pace? I think in the end, I think more over time, the number of the marginalized is going to decrease because they're going to adjust and adapt. So then we need to think about products with full functionality and maybe core product that only has basic default technologies. And for more complex technologies, there could be even like maybe two different types of interface for professionals and for a layman. And also people with more affluence so that they can afford any devices, or maybe for some other people who cannot afford those devices, you can make another version so that the government maybe can support, and then they can have a basic entry-level device. And I know that in the Korean government, for those who can't afford 4K receivers, we provided some S-level TV devices for those people. And I think there are a social class who can adopt all new technologies, and there are other people who cannot, and the government and local municipalities could
enough for our time limit,
help.
but thank you so much for engaging with the discussion.
Thank you very much, everyone. Let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you, Professor An, for being a great moderator, and we want to thank the two speakers and also the panelists, CEO Lee Sang-yun, for the replay. Thank you all very much. Now, this brings us to the end of the first session titled Next Generation of Sports Science and Technology Applications. We want to thank you all for your participation. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and we'll meet you again in the second session titled New Paradigm of Sports Technology Innovation. So I'll meet you again in about 10 minutes. So enjoy the break, and I'll see you soon. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to begin the session soon. I would like to kindly ask everyone to come back and be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? The session 2 of today's forum will begin from 3:50, so please come back and be seated.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed your break, though it was short. Now let's begin the second part of our international forum, and it is titled New Paradigm of Sports Technology Innovation. Please take your seats so we can start without any delay.
Yes, let's begin the second session of 2022 International Forum for Sports Convergence. Without further ado, let me introduce our second session. At this time, we're going to talk about new paradigm of sports science, technology, and innovation. And let me first invite the initial presenter of session 2. She's going to present to us under the title of Bringing Innovation with Convergence, and General Manager Iris Cordova from GSIC is going to speak for our audience. Ladies and gentlemen, let's invite her with a big round of applause.
Hello. Can you hear me? Hi. How are you? Okay. I'm very happy to be here. It's my first time in Korea. And thank you, the Spotech University, for inviting us to be part of this amazing event. A special thanks, Professor Kim and their team. And I'm Iris Cordova, original from Argentina. I have been living 18 years in Spain. You know, Spain, Argentina, soccer, football, World Cup. Korea is part of the World Cup. For the Latin American people, Argentina or Spain, the soccer is everything, you know. And working the sport is, for me, like Argentina, is the best, you know. And this is why I think stay here with a student in the university is nice, and is the way to see how the talent are commitment with the sport industry and the technology, because here in this room are the potential leaders in the sport. We need your knowledge. We need your help to create this digital transformation. The professor James say the digital transformation is not a box. It's not something that you can open and say, welcome to the digital transformation era. The digital transformation is a process and need a different step to get for the next level. But the first one is the talent. And the talent is here in this room, is in the both universities who manage this event. About the GSIC, the Global Sport Innovation Center powered by Microsoft, is very long name, is the unique innovation center that Microsoft has worldwide to promote the digital transformation in the sport industry. The GSIC was born in 2015 in Madrid. Sometimes I think because my Spanish is better than English, this is why it's in Madrid, but this is not true. It's in Madrid because the first partnership that Microsoft sport area signed in Europe was with the Real Madrid Football Club. This is why our headquarters is in Madrid. And also we have the strong partnership with La Liga in Spain. The GSAC is a non-profit organization. In this sense, we have currently more than 300 members from 48 different countries. The good news, we have one member here in Korea who joined for the GSAC 2 weeks ago. And why? Because we opened the last December our second office in Singapore with the aim to create a bridge between Asia, Europe, and Latin America to promote, create a meeting point where all the sport entities can exchange their knowledge about digital transformation. Because in the end, all the sport entities regarding the sport have the same challenge, no? And this is important. In Asia, we have currently 63 members at today. And let me explain a little more how do we do in the GSIC to try to help the sport entities, in this case in partnership with the Sport Singapore from Singapore.
The GSIC has started collaboration with Sports Singapore in 2019. We help sport entities and event organizers in their digital transformation processes, and our commitment to Sports Singapore is to promote a local and regional entrepreneurial ecosystem that creates an internationalization bridge with the rest of the world. These are our main scenarios in which our members develop solutions to contribute to the growth of the sports tech industry worldwide. Overstepping the challenges presented by the pandemic of COVID-19, the GSIC APAC successfully delivered an online program of content to start building the knowledge transfer process in the sports tech ecosystem in different continents. In December 2021, our office in Singapore was officially inaugurated. By today, 43 companies and sports organizations in APAC region form part of GSIC, with a total number of 250 members globally. And there is much more to come.
Indeed, how is our model working with Microsoft, because we are powered by Microsoft. And indeed, we try to reduce the gap between startups, small and medium-sized companies from large companies or sport entities. This is why Microsoft has the global program, Microsoft for Startup, where we offer all the startups or entrepreneurs that want to develop solutions in the sport, our technology, the Microsoft technology. In this sense, when we think in Microsoft, is the end-to-end platform where you can develop using Azure Cloud, Office 365, all the licenses like Power BI to show data for your potential customers, or CRMs like Dynamics, no? Is how you can identify. Again, the digital transformation is a process. The digital transformation needs process the data, and these kind of tools like Teams and NBA, no? You talk about the NBA, the bubble, and in the pandemic, how connect the fans using the simple tool like Teams to connect the fans and engage and allow them to enjoy the match even with the doors closed. No? This is in then the end-to-end platform using this kind of technology. Also, we invite the startup to be part of the Microsoft Partner Network, and when they come to the GSAC, they can be part of the Microsoft Sport Partner Solution. This is a special catalog of solution that the GSIC is managed, and some company, like you mentioned, WSC is member of the GSIC, and we put in touch with the Microsoft, the US, who manage the account with NBA. No? All of these companies are members of the GSIC, because if these services is good or is working for the NBA, why not for the National Soccer Federation in Korea, or La Liga, or my favorite club, River Plate in Argentina? Remember, Iris is from Argentina and support River Plate in Argentina. It's very important. And this is how we working, and we are a non-profit. We try to give visibility for the startup, because if in the future you become an entrepreneur, some of them maybe are looking for money, no, for investment, but the only real thing that you will need is customers. This is why the GSIC is this space where we try to go together for the market and introduce you for potential customers. This is why we have a showcase where we promote this kind of solution. You can test, you can see how the HoloLens works, how this kind of technology, smart helmet, sensoring helmet, in Insolite, you can experience this. And when we talk about sport and digital transformation, sport is health, sport is entertainment, sport is security, sport is entrepreneurship, no? And the different scenarios that form part of this process about digital transformation is fan engagement, smart venues, team and player performance, sponsorship, business insight, e-sport, fitness and health, media, education, and of course, sport for good or sustainability. In this sense, we reimagine the sport as a digital business, no? What digital business mean? If we think in the classic revenue model in the sport, we think in the income that this sport entity get in the match day, the broadcasting right or incomes, the commercial, all the merchandising, the sponsor that these sport entities have, but something is changing, no? If we think in the business model from Facebook, work is monetized with advertising, no? If you think Netflix monetized through the subscription model, same like Xbox or PlayStation, is like a mix, licenses and freemium model. But if we think in Uber or Grab or other platform, they don't have any card, but they offer your platform to connect offer with demand. This is why when we think in new opportunities in the sport, in digital, we talk about sportainment, datainment, and Uberization. In this sense is how we can use the sport to create new digital assets to try to connect with fans and try to monetize. And always I share the same example, no? The Real Madrid or Barcelona Football Club have more than 500,000 of fans around the world. You imagine if you can connect with all of them and ask to pay only €1. Is the double of the budget that this kind of club has, no? In the end, sport is entertainment, and the sport create content who can monetize with different way. This is why the fund is in the highlight of the attention of the clubs and the leagues and the sport entities. No, 3.5 billion of football fans in the world, and you can personalize their content, and you can think in all the solutions you can offer in the stadium, in this smart stadium, in the second screen, in the commercial partners, not only the match day, every day, 7 days per week, 24 hours, 365 days during the year, you know. And of course, using the AI, you give these insights to take action. And when our members enter for the GSIC and how we work with them, we work in screening the solution, and we create like a database in different scenarios. For example, who members or who companies in the markets are working in fan engagement or an app solution, augmented, mixed reality, ticketing, gaming, tracking device, sports science. And when we talk with the sport entities, we offer them this screening and this scouting or solution for them. And now I think it's late, and maybe it's better than hear me. It shows some videos to try to inspire you how the technology and different solutions from a startup are working in this sport industry, in this digital transformation era. The first is Zenix, is the company who developed the way to enjoy the watch together the match. You can connect in the same room with your friends or family in different parts of the world. It's a solution in media where you can experience and enjoy the match. With my mother in Argentina, now I'm living in Singapore, and I can follow the next week, November 22, Argentina, Arabia Saudi, the first match in the World Cup, in my device, and I can enjoy with my family the match. Solution in team and player performance, again, AI, where you can get personal trainer and you can engage or have the possibility to gamification with your friends. This solution is from Singapore, and during the pandemic was very good for the personal trainer to connect with the people during the pandemic. Here is other solution. In this case is sensor in the bait, where you can get data. The power of the data. If you think you can put a sensor in the on the helmet, in the shin guard, in the bat, but indeed they are recollect data, and with this data you can make decision. No, the important is the data to decide if this player will play the next match or no, or analyze the performance of this player. Here is the same idea, is data, but for swimmers in the swimming pool with two different functions. One is analyze the performance, but other is if this swimmer, imagine is a kid, and during more than 3 seconds is stopped in the swimming, the guard receives the immediate signal in their phone, and you can go for the swimming pool to check if this kid needs help, you know. Other to try to prevent injury prevention is thermographic. Again, some solutions that today we are using in sport are not new. No? In this case, the thermographic camera in the military industry is not something new. In this case, they use the thermographic to try to prevent injury. If you know, the body of the people are symmetric. In this sense, the temperature in your leg is similar in your both legs. And with this camera, it's not invasive. It takes a picture for your body and detect in different colors if you can become some injury in your body. One more, in this case, is Hungary company, Seju, that allow the fans to share their photo or their picture in real time with the screen in the stadium and also in social media. No? This startup started during the pandemic. The stadium closes. How you can engage the fans during this time. And now is a very good solution to get data about your fans, and then you can share with potential sponsor or your current sponsor and increase the social media information. One more about metaverse. It's not this panel to talk about the metaverse, but we have a lot of members who are developing solutions in the metaverse. Indeed, they can, in this case, they are working with Paris 2024 to use the augmented reality, the virtual reality, to localize the fans during the date match or during around the venue. Sorry. One more is the HoloLens. You know, the difference with the virtual reality and the HoloLens is in the HoloLens or augmented reality, you create holograms. In this case, we have different experiences working with HoloLens with partners in the US, in Europe, in Asia, who develop hologram, and you can say hello for Marcelo, for other players in the world. But it's not the only way where you can use the holograms or this kind of technology. Imagine you are engineers, or here more than one are engineers, and you are manage the problem with some antenna in the stadium, but you are not the expert who can go for the top of the stadium to fix this antenna. In this sense, you can use the augmented reality to connect with the people and fix some problems that you can get with this antenna, for example. Here is one more using augmented reality, not only for training and complementary training, also to create new way for engage with the fans, no? And then this, my last slide, and it's about the new initiative that we launched last week in Singapore. Is the Groundbreakers Challenge. The idea is we ask 14 sport entities like Real Madrid, La Liga, Cricket Australia, One Championship, different national federations in Singapore and other clubs in Europe to share with us their problem statement. And in this competition, we offer the possibility for all the companies, startups, large companies, research groups to try to fix this problem statement. And here is the video.
Challenge. What does this word mean to you? A problem, a difficulty, a dare, a game, an opportunity? Do you want this opportunity? Do you want to create something great? You love sports. You cheer your favorite team. You enjoy going to the stadium. You practice sports. Your children might be athletes one day. You know what technology can do for sports. You know that tech is the future. And you know that the future is now. Do you want this opportunity? Can you help the sports industry? Do you know who you are? Are you the one who avoids challenges? Or are you the one who challenges the others? Are you a leader? Or are you an innovator? Or are you a groundbreaker? They define their challenges. Do you have a solution?
Again, thank you very much, and I hope some of you can help us and these sport entities in fix this problem statement. Okay.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please give her a big round of applause. This presentation was an opportunity to look at what kind of AI or new technology could be adopted in the sports industry. Let's move on to the second one.
Now, for the second presentation, we are going to hear about the powering sports growth through digital transformation. And for this, we are happy to have Global Account Manager George Para from Global Sports Innovation Center. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Hello, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here. Just wanted to say 감사합니다, everyone, for being here. And again, my pleasure to be able to introduce you a little bit more around La Liga Tech, where we come from, what we're currently doing in the sports and entertainment space, and how we're actually reshaping everything around that reinvention of sports and entertainment. To give you a little bit of a background around La Liga Tech, around where we come from, essentially La Liga, if you think about it as the first and second division of Spanish professional football, obviously everyone is thinking about Real Madrid or Barcelona, but much more than that, 42 clubs in total in that first and second division. Let's say that we started to take all the economic control back in 2013 to 2016 around the clubs, the league itself. We started to invest massive amounts of resources to fight against piracy, something that was, is, and will continue to be a massive issue for right holders out there. And we centralized all of our audiovisual rights, which we were one of the last top 5 leagues in Europe to do so. Fast forward to 2021, and obviously going through that process of becoming a data-driven organization, basing all decision-making in business intelligence and analytics. La Liga Tech was born as a spin-off of La Liga, where essentially all that technology, all that expertise, all that knowledge that we had obtained from years of trial and error came into life and started to being commercialized to other sport entities out there. And here a quick video around La Liga and everything that we're currently doing. Something definitely really powerful, something that is completely reshaping the sports and entertainment space. At the end of the day, we're talking about solutions that have been created and shaped by right holders, as entity, a sports entity like La Liga itself, one of the top 5 in the world. And practically what we have is a digital ecosystem composed by 3 main pillars of this technology stack, that it goes from fan engagement solutions, all around, as you can see, OTTs, fan activation services, smart venues, webs, apps, and fantasy game, which we'll get a little bit deeper into it in a bit. Going from that part to competition management solutions, essentially all around softwares and in-house tools that we've developed to improve and optimize, digitize somehow all those tedious internal processes of competitions, from selecting the kits that the players will be wearing on a match day, to the actual lineup that will be playing on a match day, to even managing the academy of any kind of a sport entity. Again, these solutions have been thought and created for La Liga specifically, and since July last year are now being commercialized to other sport entities, helping them out into that digital transformation. The last one, but not least, absolutely, would be around content enhancement. We have wide range of different tools around that specific pillar. One of them will be Taiki, which essentially allows us to fight against match fixing to keep the integrity of the competition untouched. The other one, pretty interesting, I'll show a video in a bit, will be around Media Coach, essentially a solution that we've developed with our production partner, MediaPro, to live track around 3.5 million different live metrics around the matches. There is 8 to 16 cameras installed within La Liga stadiums, and we're able to track all performance, be able to predict when a player is about to get injured, have a look at all the data, the different possibilities. Furthermore, we're able to give the end user, the fans, the people at home, different kind of experience through Media Coach. You'll see it in a bit, but if you've ever seen a live match from La Liga in a broadcast normal feed, you will see all these graphics and metrics and heat maps and percentages that again gives a completely different experience to the fans. And the last one, content protection, and one of the most fundamental bits of why La Liga tech came to life. Essentially, a different range of tools that we've developed in-house, combined with manpower, a couple of labs that we have in Madrid and Mexico, for all the detection, analysis, and eventual elimination of any kind of infringement that we may find across marketplaces, across webs, across applications, across search engines, you name it. A sort of 360 protection of that content IP. In terms of data, and I'll be talking a lot about it during the presentation, what we've done at La Liga essentially was to think about the fan, first of all, and then think about the different businesses and different digital assets that we had at La Liga. And we said, we need to centralize everything. We need to integrate everything with the same ecosystem. And that's what we did. Essentially took all the different digital assets and data sources that we had at La Liga and pull them all together in one single place. From the website to the apps to the fantasy game that we have to our OTT, and sort of centralize it everything with a single sign-on system and the possibility of social login. Essentially, again, to be able to have access to every fan, analyze them, apply profiling and telemetries to understand how they're essentially performing, how they're interacting with those different digital assets. And then eventually, and in this part, thanks to our partner Microsoft and the Fan 360 view, Azure in this case, we're able to see where they're connecting from what device, what kind of service they're using, how they are essentially performing and interacting with those different assets. Everything is complemented at the same time with dashboards and reporting through Power BI, again, Microsoft. And eventually we use Salesforce for data-driven campaigns and fan activation, creating those customer journeys and make sure that we're able to monetize those fans at the end of the day. And a quick example of our OTT and what we've created in-house, again, an end-to-end solution that goes from the content management system to the analytics, going through all that part of video management system, distribution of content, creation of applications, and user data management. Again, a solution that we've developed in-house at La Liga for La Liga, and we created a couple of solutions here, pretty fundamental. La Liga Sports TV with 2 million plus registered users currently. It's a multi-sport, let's put it this way, content aggregator, where different federations of Spain and different niche sports that didn't have the visibility they wanted before, now they do. And they've seen massive increases in audiences since we launched the solution back in 2019. And the other one, with 600,000 plus registered users, would be World Padel Tour. They trust us, another niche sport, that decided to create a direct-to-consumer solution last year. And since then, well, they've got pretty good numbers for being a minor sport. And next slide, we'll see a quick video around Media Coach that I was talking about before, and all of those different live metrics that we're able to track. This should play.
Again, a really powerful tool that at the end of the day is not just about improving the competition or the players themselves as such, but obviously giving a different experience to the fans out there. And one more video that I wanted to show you around content protection. This will be the last.
Every year, millions of dollars are diverted from the sports and entertainment industry through audiovisual piracy and brand counterfeiting. In the digital age, this illegal material can spread quickly through social media platforms, apps, websites, marketplaces, and IPTV services. Piracy and counterfeiting are now technical problems requiring technical solutions. Solutions like La Liga Content Protection. Using artificial intelligence, machine learning, and semantic and image searches, Content Protection carries out real-time monitoring to detect piracy and counterfeiting, with further analysis to identify the key sources that are distributing the content most widely. Having identified the source, Content Protection's team of analysts can quickly remove the offending content. All technical details regarding the content are recorded, allowing the system to identify future incidents and stay one step ahead of the criminals. Designed specifically for sports and entertainment, Content Protection is a proven service that already safeguards the world's leading competitions and broadcasters, preventing the illegal theft of valuable sports content and protecting the value of the entire industry.
So, another powerful and comprehensive tool that is helping not just La Liga, but our clients to currently, have protect around 9 billion in different 9 billion euros in different digital assets. Some of our clients and the companies that we're currently working with, just wanted to give you a quick glimpse around that. Wide range of different properties, from media to publishers to entertainment to sports. Some of them are collaborating with us with content protection, some of them around the fantasy games, some of them around OTT. So different cases that again are currently in the portfolio of La Liga. Well, this is something that I was super excited about sharing with you. Recent news have been shared on the marriage between Globan, La Liga Tech, and La Liga. For those who don't know Globan, I have a slide explain a little bit more about them in a second. But essentially, in that pursuit, in that search of accelerating our products, of creating more competitive products, what La Liga did was create this partnership with Globan, a company with world-class experience. They're digitally native, essentially bringing into the media, entertainment space, sports space, from tools to expertise. And essentially what we did in this, created this company that will definitely reshape the sports entertainment space. The company will bring together all the expertise, all that knowledge, and at the end of the day, be able to connect emotionally with the fans, bringing that business, leveraging technology, leveraging business, leveraging experience design, and again, trying to connect on a deeper level emotionally with those fans. Globan, just a few points about it. Essentially, they have 15 plus years of experience reshaping that transformation of different businesses, taking care of product acceleration in sports and entertainment, in gaming, reshaping those experiences around fans. They count with 20,000 plus employees. They are public listed in the New York Stock Exchange, and they are currently working concurrently in 100 plus projects, from projects in gaming to 3D to virtual reality to augmented reality. Funnily enough, and we continue with someone from the NBA, sorry, NBA. They've been working with them and through Daper and Green Park to create NFTs from the top shots that you kindly show us before. And they also work with bring around the metaverse and bring in different solutions, different experiences to the fans, like win prizes in real time and join NBA events. The ecosystem level of Globan, we can find that part of the metaverse, the design, the gaming, all the scalable platforms, the cloud's operations, quality engineer, data and AI, you name it. At the end of the day, a massive digitally native company that will definitely bring to the table a lot of muscle and will definitely help La Liga Tech to get to the point where it wants to be. Around those clients and partners, we can find others, like it could be FIFA, currently announced news around that partnership between Globan and FIFA, reshaping the strategy around FIFA Plus. You probably see it during the World Cup. Disney, they've done experiences around the parks, around the Magic Band, where you get into the park, and they are also working in the Disney Plus platform. So pretty interesting company to join forces with, and this joint venture will become effective from December, creating a new company called Sports Convergence Entertainment. How that ecosystem that I was showing you before and everything around the products scope and the scope of services that La Liga Tech was providing will change from now on. Well, as you can see, we got the current organization where everything is based around fan engagement, right? The main idea here and what we propose for small, medium, or large organizations, doesn't matter the size, at the end of the day, it's all about creating scalable solutions, solutions that are adaptable and then allow companies to leave a technology footprint over time. The first step towards this digital transformation normally starts with defined idea and audience growth. You need to have well identified those fans and be able to target it accordingly. Obviously, always based your decisions and everything in data. We will go to that part of fan activation that I just mentioned, augmented screen, creation of direct-to-consumer services, like it could be OTT platforms, content creation hubs, or even immersive experiences for those fans, which lead us to the other part that I wanted to mention around reinventing that fan experience, right? And again, all this strategy and everything around La Liga Tech, Globan, and so on, will be focused on reinventing that fan experience. In that bit, we obviously, the topic that came up a few times during the conversations today, the metaverse and everything that will be created from now on. Digital webs and apps that La Liga was already creating, but obviously will have a major weight in future conversations. Smart venues and all related to the experience that the fans are getting in the stadium from the moment that they're coming in and getting in the stadium with the phone to simply getting some food and beverages during the match. So all around those powerful experiences in the smart venues. And that led us to the fan-centric sports organization. Again, creating all possible branded content for those fans, being able to target them accordingly, to create clipping, to create highlights, something that is really appealing to them, something that that you know for a fact they're going to be willing to watch, they're going to be willing eventually to pay for. Media coach, data-driven production and innovation, we were talking about it. Again, something really, really powerful that could elevate the level of any competition in a massive and incredibly way. Solutions around performance and well-being, another important part. I saw that there was a development from the professor on that tool around tracking system, around tracking performance, around being able to determine all of those different data points around the players and how they are doing while training, while playing. Really important bit. And then that led us to all the future-ready organizations, let's put it that way, and being able to track the performance of the business itself. Business intelligence analytics, CRM and ERP integration, the e-commerce platform, again, to get a proper another way of making revenues, but again,
everything centralized in one single place, and all around those new business models on NFTs marketplace or augmented ticketing. So it's exciting, really exciting what we're creating here with Gloven and La Liga Tech, and I'm looking forward to see where this leads us. A quick zoom in around the solutions that I was showing you before. In this case, specifically focus on that part of La Liga Tech on one side, and I already mentioned it, the OTT platform, the apps and web creation, essentially webs adapted to clubs, to federations, to sport entities in general, whatever the need is, and obviously focusing in that personalization and customization. Fantasy gaming, something that is definitely engaging with fans across the world. There's data that prove it, and all organizations should be looking into have a fantasy game, at least of the top tiers. And smart venues, already talk about it. Media coach, we've already been mentioning around that specific bit, but again, another a great way to implement in any kind of a sports organization or league or federation to create a real system of data and performance tracking. Be Wealthy, Be Wealthy or Well-being, a solution specialized, again, in creating, standardizing somehow those habits, healthy habits, and setting daily goals that, for example, we were working with Apple around that and created this solution to track those goals. I mean, being able to get some scoring around those specific goals and eventually rewards and loyalty. Content protection, we've seen a video around it, but again, really important here to protect your content IP and make sure that piracy is being tackled. It's something that we probably won't finish at any moment, anytime soon, because they're well-organized organizations, but at the end of the day, it's about making their lives more difficult. And the last one that I would mention here would be around business intelligence, and again, taking into consideration all that bit around how the business is performing, how those different assets, how the parts of your business are doing, and keeping it all together in the same platform around data and being able to track that. This slide summarizes essentially how we see our roadmap and how we consider it should be treated all around the fans. Okay, from that first step around fan-centric approach and data platform, as I mentioned before, have it all centralized, well identified, to be able to target those audiences accordingly. Creating premium content, experiences and services, subscriptions models, you name it, to the fan ID and the fan digital journey, creating engaging journeys from the first moment they're logging into your services, being able to know, again, through that analysis of data and segmentation, what they like, what they don't, and setting up different triggers of communication depending on what those actions, what those preferences are. To the part of the web and level up, again, taking into consideration that user experience and what their fans are really expecting, reinventing engagement somehow, augmented screens again, immersive experience, metaverse, and all that comes with it. And then to attract and grow that global audiences, you can think about creating all the kinds of solutions, gamifying the sport, or creating a fantasy game, or creating official tournaments, site gamification, ad-driven content. Again, everything step by step in a journey that, to La Liga itself, it took more than 10 years. Started back in 2013, we're almost in 2023, and even though, La Liga is nothing compared to what they were 10 years ago, is essentially where we started. Okay, all of that would definitely lead to leveraging those assets, focusing on smart venues, on parking management, on hospitality management, and definitely augmented ticketing on NFT tickets. New opportunities that we see in the market. Essentially, the idea, and again, this is all about putting the fan at the center of it. Fan-centric ecosystems, essentially delivering the next generations platforms that are appealing to them, something that are integrated within the same ecosystem, that at the end of the day, the user can decide whether they want to watch content at home, the stadium, or both at the same time, including those kind of solutions also at the stadium that you were talking about on augmented reality, gamifying sports, or the experiences, the metaverse, will be all around that. OTTs, direct-to-consumer solutions, the business intelligence and analytic platform to keep everything controlled under the single roof, and essentially, possess a tech that in an ocean of data, an end-to-end experience design that could be scalable anytime, that could be adaptable anytime, and drive agile innovation. Some strategic challenges on my last slide. As I mentioned, unique competitions capable of recreating experiences that young people receive on digital platforms, transforming the virtual into real. And on the bottom here, from creating that fun-centric model that leverages tech and data to accelerating organization, future readiness, and impact. Okay, some of those strategic challenges would be around reinventing that fun engagement and thinking through how you wanna perpetuate your brand, how you wanna create those new experiences with the fun to attract and grow a global audience. Again, new generations, new types of fun, new types of consuming content, and how we wanna meet those new demands. Leveraging assets in the digital age, essentially creating data-driven organizations that, as I mentioned before, base all decision-making in business intelligence and analytics, probably knowing what the fund wants every time. And the last one will be about new businesses, models, and revenue streams. You always need to look for new ways of creating revenues, always in a sustainable way. Thank you very much. Kamsahamnida, everyone.
Thank you very much, Mr. Barra, for that great presentation. With that, we heard from two presenters, and I want to thank the two speakers once again, Ms. Iris Cordoba and Mr. Jose Barra. Now, under the topic of new paradigm of sports technology innovation, we're going to now have a panel discussion. And for that, we would like to invite the four people onto the stage who represent the industry as the experts. And we're going to deep dive into some of the topics that were discussed. Now, for the moderator, I would like to invite Professor Justin John and the first speaker, Ms. Iris Cordoba, and Mr. Jorge Barra, and also the panelist, Mr. Chung Woo-gun. May I invite you onto the stage for a panel discussion? Please give them a big round of applause.
Yes, first and foremost, let me introduce our moderator, Professor Sungkyunkwan from Yonsei University. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a big round of applause. And next, we are also joined by Microsoft Power GSIC's director, Inigo Bonilla. Thank you very much for joining us today. And let me now pass the microphone over to today's moderator. Please go ahead.
Technology, digital transformation. Wow, I'm very overwhelmed with a lot of new and exciting information. So I think a lot of us here are scholars, but also many of them are graduate student, and probably they were thinking, wow, who are they? where are they from? We know where you're from, Argentina, but what's your background? Like, how do you end up working for, GCIS and Microsoft? Maybe they want to think that we want to be like her. So can you tell us a little bit more about yourself?
Hello, hello. I'm a lawyer. I'm studying the public university in Buenos Aires, University of Buenos Aires, and then I won a scholarship to Spain and study my master's degree in public policy because my dream at this time was try to help the public agency agenda, to make the change. No, when I was young, I feel very responsible for the future of the Argentina, no, because emerging country with a lot of people poor, and how in my position can help the future generation. No, and I traveled to Spain. 2 years to study my first master's degree in public policy and management, and then study other in economy and digital economy, and the doctor degree in economy research. I study a lot. I study a lot. This is good, but my first bridge was a scholarship. My parents are not rich, and at this moment my family is not rich, but the study and the possibility to create networking with the right people on person was the way to work now in the GSIC. My advice for all of you is the networking. The important is to try to be in touch with companies, startup, other students, because in the future they can give their hands to help you or to try to hire you in the future. This is why I think start with intern in company, start very low and go high is my experiences, and I think in the equity of opportunity regarding if you're women, if you are men, and I believe in the STEM career we need more women, and this is why in my team the 50% we are women, no? And I think the universities need more girls study. This is why we work very close with universities, and we try to inspire them in continuous their study in sport and in STEM career.
Excellent. Scholarship, very important. Very various backgrounds. So you're not engineer. Okay, sure. So what about Jorge? So can you tell us a little bit more about yourself?
Yeah, absolutely. Essentially, I come from the OTT background. I used to work for an American company called BioLift, that they provide OTT solutions for sport entities, for media and entertainment companies, for all kind of company that has content and wants to publish it in an OTT streaming service. Lived in London for 6 years. Essentially, studied there, bachelor's degree in London Metropolitan University at travel and tourism management. So pretty great shift from that spectrum. But again, happy to, as I mentioned before, I'm really happy to be here, have the opportunity. And nothing. I come from Spain, from Madrid, concretely, the outskirts of Madrid in the north. And yeah, that's pretty much me. I got the role as a global account manager at La Liga Tech about a year ago, and since then I've been overseeing all the commercial relationships and sort of looking for the best partnership within the market, helping La Liga to expand all the business around La Liga Tech.
So you're not a football player?
Not really. I used to play rugby though.
Oh, okay, sure. So how about Inigo? Can you tell us about yourself?
Yes. I started working in the sports industry with 18 years old. So here's my first tip to everyone. I will encourage you to do as many internships as possible. This is related to Iris' point. At the end of the day, you need to build your network, you need to connect with people, and if it's possible to work on a global basis, to work overseas, because this will give you a broader vision about the industry. So I've been working for multiple companies in the sports industry. I started doing internships with MotoGP. Then I joined a very well-known beer company in Spain that was the main sponsor of Real Madrid, Atletico, and La Liga. And then I joined La Liga. I'm former executive of La Liga too. So I was working there for almost 3 years. And then I got the chance to work for Iris and Microsoft, firstly in the Microsoft office in Madrid. And then I've been relocated for the last 18 months in Singapore, where we have recently opened the APAC office. So happy to meet you all afterwards and have a good chat.
Wow, so you have enough business card for all of us, right? Okay, so I'm not a technology expert, and I don't pretend to be a technology expert. A lot of things that I heard today, I was very overwhelmed. But then it was fascinating to meet the real person, because we always heard about metaverse, who's going to use metaverse and all the data-tainment and sportainment and all that. So it was really interesting to meet all of you. From a health professional perspective, WHO, when they define health, they call it state of well-being. Physical, mental, and social. So it's a state of well-being. This was, mandated 1948. But then recently, they are challenging this. Some people are challenging this, definition of health, and they are saying it's not a state of well-being. It is adaptability. How we, adapt to new environment or new, health crisis. How do we adapt it, define health nowadays? So I think that's really important for the companies and many institutions. Now the world is changing so rapidly. So adaptability is more important than ever. So any advice to us, some companies, digital companies or academics, like how could we improve adaptability in the era of digital transformation? So any advice?
More than advice, let me share the reflection about the pandemic, no? Because the pandemic was the very big challenge for the sport industry and for everyone, no? Is the way to pivot and adaptably for the new environment. And in this sense, the GICC during the pandemic, was in particular hard hit in Spain. More than 100,000 people dead from COVID. And for us, like a non-profit organization who promote the sport, we change everything, no? All our activity plan. In this sense, we designed with our members the catalog of solutions where our members can help the community of Madrid and their hospital using some of technology that our members had at this time. For example, you remember the video that we shared already with you about the thermographic to measure the temperature. We offer for the hospital use this kind of technology to measure the temperature without touch the doctors or the nurse or the patients. We have a member who developed the special machine to help the professional players in training in altitude, and is the same equipment is like the respirator from the people ill. And this company lent all this machine for the people in the hospital, you know. And we believe in this moment, the digital transformation, Satya from Microsoft said in the second week of the pandemic, we could see how in only in the third month, how only in 3 months of the pandemic we could see the digital transformation that we are waiting in the next 3 years. No, all the sport industry, all the industry, very fast get Zooms meetings, Teams meeting, use the technology to continue their activities. This is the real proof how the companies, all the industry, and in the sport, of course, during the stadium closes, how they can connect with the fans. A lot of examples in this sense, you know.
Sure, pandemic was is challenging for all of us, and those companies who were ready, with the change, survived. But many companies who were not ready, they didn't do so well. So Jorge, can you give us some examples?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm thinking obviously about the most obvious one for me, La Liga in this case. We were ready for that change. When the time came, La Liga was already prepared to obviously, those years of trial and error and applying different technologies, they were ready to go digital. And when pandemic hit or even before, we were already working on those kind of digital initiatives, on those kind of digital assets that have kept since then engaging fans throughout the world. To answer to what you were talking about, essentially, I would say that some of the initiatives, some of the actions that could be taken towards that adaptability in an era of digital transformation, I would mention a few things. But on one hand, I would probably talk about the awareness, the fact of bringing that culture of transformation and creating awareness within your company. Something really important. And for example, at La Liga itself, between our 42 clubs, we've always been, we've always been managing those clubs at the organizational level, the competition level. But that since a few years ago, we started with a lot of different initiatives to take actions around improving the clubs themselves, helping them out. And one of them, and really interesting one that I've been involved in the past few months, and I'm really pleased to have been involved, was La Liga Impulso, essentially an initiative that we created to take all the different clubs, the 42 in first and second division, towards the same path, from this infrastructure in the stadiums to the technological level to the digital level. At the end of the day, separate them, segment them, depending on what maturity in terms of technology, in what maturity stage in terms of technology they were. And from there, step by step, bit by bit, sort of help them to reach the next step into that digital transformation. So a case that really popped in my mind and it's really interesting is what Athletic Bilbao did in the north of Spain, in San Sebastián, País Vasco. So essentially, what they did was to install within the stadium different solar panels, and they wanted to focus this initiative, again, talking about adaptability and also bringing back to the community. They installed different solar panels, and they pretended to essentially around 200 families to get benefit from it. So taking down on a 25% basis the electric bill, and essentially on houses and families on a 500 meters radius. So again, all of those kind of initiatives could work. And then on the second hand, I would just say that everything is based on data nowadays. I mean, data is the most valuable resource currently, more than oil. And that you should focus everything around your company and how you plan and you do your strategy for the future based on that data, and something that you, for sure, I mean, you need to take into consideration. The last one that I would mention would be obviously partner with the right companies, and partner with companies that add value to the current sphere or whatever industry you're involved with, and that you see that they have a really, a big potential of growing and really adding value to your company, to your current setup.
Sure, maybe some of us wants to talk to you about that partnership after the symposium. So, Inigo, you can answer, in continuation of this topic, or you can tell us about what GSIC, powered by Microsoft, is doing to solve the sports problems.
Yeah, well, first of all, in continuation with this question, I think the sport tech industry is one of the fastest growing markets and one of the fastest changing markets in that sense. So my recommendation is to be ready for those changes, and if possible, to be one step ahead. Here we have one of the greatest examples of La Liga, and the professor mentioned before, the NBA. They are always one step ahead. So this makes them a stronger organization, and this gives them the opportunity to have this competitive advantage against other sport organizations. So I think we are constantly seeing other solutions coming in. We are constantly seeing other sport organizations developing new solutions. And if you are a step ahead and you are pioneer in that sense, that would give you the competitive advantage. And regarding our partnership with the sport organizations to solve problem statements, we've been working over the last 8 years with more than 60 sport organizations across multiple scenarios. So every single time that they are facing any challenges regarding innovation or sport tech, we support them to identify the right partners. Because at the GSIC, as it is mentioned during her presentation, we have analyzed and profiled more than 1,500 companies from 80 different countries. So we have a global scope. We are constantly analyzing the latest technology in the market, and we support those sport organizations to identify the right partners. That's the reason why we have recently launched this Groundbreakers project, because we want to support all those entities to find the right partners to address their needs, okay? So this is an ongoing process. If you have any solutions or if you have any ideas that can solve those problem statements, feel free to reach out to us, because we will help you to make these projects a reality and to connect you with the right sport organizations.
Wow. So many organizations that you support and help. And when I heard that you too, La Liga, and then your company have a partnership, I thought you only work with the big companies or big organizations, but you still work with the very small organizations?
I mean, in that sense, we work with top-tier organizations like La Liga, NBA, Manchester City, Real Madrid, but we work as well with national sport associations, and we work as well with international federations. Just to give you an example about the project that we are running in Singapore, we supported the Swimming Association of Singapore, that is a small organization, to connect with some of our members to solve problem statements that they were facing during the pandemic. One of those problem statements was in terms of athlete and management platforms, where they can centralize all the information about the professional swimmers, but also all the information about the grassroots and the kids that were competing on youth level for Singapore. So we connected them with a company in Spain that was specialized in those areas, and they are providing them with these services. Now we are working with more than 12 different national sport associations in Singapore that are facing some challenges in innovation and sport tech, and we are working as well with other organizations like in multiple sports and so on.
Excellent. Yeah.
Talking about partnership, it's true we have partnership with large companies or government, but I would like to highlight the partnership that we have with university, because here the target is a student at university. And again, I believe if we want to change the sport industry and increase the number of solutions, we need to invest in the talent. No, we need to believe in the students. We need to believe in the research group and the professors who are working and who is teach the future talent that we need in our company. This is why we started the conversation with the Post-Tech University with the Professor Kim 1 year ago. And we believe with our office in Singapore, we are able to create a bridge between Korea, Singapore and the rest of the world. Why not? Some of the students here can travel to our office in Spain and get the intern with my team there, or in other clubs, or even in La Liga. This is the idea, no? Is promote the spin-off from the university, promote the bridge to now knowledge transfers activities for the local sport entities regarding their size, no? Because indeed the idea is promote the local sport tech ecosystem where can help your local organization, but help them in internationalize their services for the rest of the world. We are very happy to our partnership with the Post-Tech University in this sense, to help a student to promote the local sport tech ecosystem and internationalize them.
Excellent. So I think we have about 10 minutes. I'd like to open the floor for any question or comment. Anybody? Okay. Then I'm going to continue with just one other last question. Okay. So we heard about two sessions. A lot about digital innovation and technology. So maybe if you can think of anything, just any successful digital application of digital transformation which helped the organization, either small or big, or any example that you can give?
Yeah, I can answer this one. So the first one that comes in mind is World Padel Tour. We're talking about an esport that a few years ago had all their content in YouTube. Hence, they weren't collecting any kind of data. They didn't have well identified their fan. They didn't know who was connecting, who was watching their content, and the only data they could track was the one coming from social media. So when the conversation came up and we started to work on the project and initiate conversations, essentially that was one of the main concerns, that was one of the main pain points of World Padel Tour, the fact that they didn't know who their fan was. So what La Liga Tech apported here and what La Liga Tech gave them was the possibility to really connect with them, to really understand how they were thinking, how they what their preferences were. So in terms of that example of digital transformation and how like La Liga Tech has supported along the way to this specific company, but others too, was to first of all put in place a data strategy, put in place a technology, robust technology that allowed them to build that data ecosystem, interconnecting the different data sources they have access to, interconnecting and those different data platforms and digital assets essentially. On the second hand, once they started to collect that data, they sat down with a marketing dedicated team that obviously La Liga put in place, and they started to analyze, to segment audiences, to understand essentially how those fans were behaving, how they were using their OTT or their application or their website. I mean, At the end of the day, it was all about that. And as I show in the presentation, those numbers pass from 200,000 plus on YouTube that they had in the past to 600,000 plus on an OTT, where you're tracking that data when you're getting all those different inputs from the fans. So something really interesting. And another example that I would mention that we're currently working in, and that I'm sure that it will be a resounding success, is with the league in Chile. Essentially, we are creating their fantasy game, and again, focusing on that digital ecosystem level, putting all together in one single place, from the fantasy, their web, their application, and start collecting fans data. So I would say that, again, La Liga Tech, it just don't focus, as you were commenting also before, it is, Inigo, on massive organizations, on tier 1 organizations, but we are kindly helping other entities, other sport entities, the small, medium, or large organizations that at the end of the day want something scalable, something adaptable for their current reality, and that allows them to eventually lead a technological footprint over time. So really excited to be part of this project.
Excellent. Anything you want to add?
Well, from our side, digital transformation is a very broad topic. So as it is mentioned during the presentation, digital transformation is all the solutions regarding business insights analytics, team and player performance, fan engagement, smart venues. But a hot topic that we've seen so far over the last few months is sustainability. And we have a strong commitment with sustainability and sport tech. We are currently working with a few sport organizations and a few governments to measure the carbon footprint for the sport events. And then we will advise them how they can reduce this carbon footprint across multiple areas, from energy efficiency, waste management, and so on. So I think in the upcoming months and years, we will see many solutions coming from this industry, and most of the sport events now needs to present a sustainable roadmap to host those events. So I think this is something that could be really very relevant, and if you want to develop any ideas or any projects around it, feel free to reach out to us again.
Thank you so much. I think, whether we are ready or not, the digital transformation is already here and is already, going to the future. So I think I'm jealous for those people who are here. Sungkyunkwan University and Post-Tech, I'm very jealous that you are having this kind of symposium and learning from the top-notch, world's, experts. So you're very lucky that you're here. I think I encourage you to go after the session, go talk to every one of them, and then ask for the business card and ask for the future internship. Who knows, right? Go to Singapore or Madrid. So I think, so I'd like to thank all of you, three of you, for wonderful, lecture and talk, and then very active discussion. And I'd like to end this session, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. This, ladies and gentlemen, brings us to the end of the second session of the 2022 International Forum for Sports Convergence. We'd like to thank Professor Chun for being a great moderator, and I would like to thank all three of you that were on the stage for bringing depth and width to this International Forum. Thank you all very much. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being with us. To be with us at the International Forum for Sports and Convergence, and I would like to give my special thanks to all the speakers, especially from those of you coming from such far distance. Before we wrap up today's event, I would like to thank the two hosts, Sports Interaction Science Hub of the Sungkyunkwan University. Professor Kim Tae is going to now join us on the stage for a closing remarks. So let's hear the very last remarks of the day. So please welcome her with a big round of applause.
여러분 안녕하세요. 저는
Good afternoon,
성균관
ladies and
대학교
gentlemen.
스포츠
My
인터랙션
name
사이언스
is
대학원의 학과장 김태희라고
Kim Tae
합니다.
from the Sungkyunkwan
긴
University
시간
Sports Interaction.
함께 해주셔서
And I would like to thank everybody for being here with us the whole time. And I hope that you found this session to be very informative and insightful. And the only thing that I found unfortunate is that here at the venue, we do have students from the the POSCO and Sungkyunkwan University. But my point is that we have amazing exhibitions and the booth of the students here, but we don't have that ability to show you for those of you virtually joining us. So that's what I meant by unfortunate. Anyways, thank you very much for everyone for your participation and your commitment.
Yes, Sungkyunkwan University, postdocs, Sports Convergence Graduate School students, you are the future of our country and also the industry of sports as well. So this brings us to the conclusion of the International Forum for Sports Convergence 2022. I would like to once again thank all the guests of honor from far away and also from home for being with us. Actually, online viewers who are with us today, thank you very much for your time. I hope that in the future, Sungkyunkwan University and PostTech will continue to focus on nurturing talent in sports convergence and sports tech, and by doing so, taking the leadership of the sports tech industry. Thank you very much. Yes, also, I would like to thank offline participants who are with us until the end. Could you kindly come up on stage for a group photo opportunity? Please come up on stage. And when you leave, please make sure that you put your interpretation device on the table. And if you have generated any trash, please take them with you home. Thank you. Going to have a group photo opportunity